I feel like I have a bit of an echo. Good morning. It's already muted. Where's the volume? Let's try that again. Much better. Being a Gemini, I was wondering if my other personality was speaking at the same time. So good morning and welcome to over 500 participants online and to our guests and esteemed panelists that have joined us today. A special welcome to Mr. Nicholas van Wyk, CEO of CIBA. Can we give him a round of applause? Ilana Diaga, the COO of CIBA. Cameron Jacobs, Chief Director of the Public Service Commission. Stuck in traffic but on the way, Ms. Faith Nyaka, Chief Director of the National School of Government. Now, there's 500 people online, and I barely have 20 in the room. You're going to clap like 500 people. Right? It's a good way to get the morning started. Ms. Karen Murray, also on her way, Head of Accounting, Support and Reporting, Office of Accounting General. Mr. Rio Pila Noluchunga, I hope I said that correct, Salga Chief Officer, Municipal Capabilities and Governance. A round of applause, please. Ms. Alta Prinsloo, who beat traffic ahead of everyone. She was here bright and early. From the Professionalisation Education in Africa, PAFA. Welcome, Alta. Last but not least, my name is Indrani Reddy. I'm the COO of Regenesis, and I would like to introduce my colleagues of Regenesis as well. Our Dean, Dr. Sibo Kumalo. Our COO Academics, Dr. James Forson. Our Head of School of Finance, Mr. Ron Buertes. All protocol observed. Just some housekeeping rules for those online as well as in the room. For those online, we are streaming through YouTube, so if at any point you have an interruption, you can join again and continue to watch where you stopped off from, or you can get the recording later. We encourage you to stay online, and we encourage you to engage with us and ask questions after the panel session that will follow Mr. Nicholas van Wyk's address, which we will take into discussion at the end of the panel. For those in the room, straight outside the auditorium to the right as you exit, the ladies and gents facilities are there. In the room itself, we hope you're going to be comfortable, and therefore I humbly implore you to put your phones on silent. I know we have very many workaholics here with us, so using your laptops, please put it on mute, as well as your electronic devices. So a little bit about the purpose of this event. Since November 2022, professionalization within the public sector has been marked as a crucial mandate. With the financial year-end approaching on March 31st, PFMA, and 30th June 2024, their MFMA, coupled with the consequential reporting requirements, it's imperative to stay updated regarding developments and benchmarking the reporting against best practices. Key role players in the professionalization of the public sector will share key developments, new insights, and strategies today to assist with the upcoming reporting cycles. Joining this event will deepen your knowledge of the practical aspects of implementing professionalization and enhance your reporting skills. We encourage you to absorb, interact, and ask provoking questions that will leave you feeling that you have attained benefits of implementing this today. You should leave here knowing how to perform a gap analysis and address the areas of development. You should know by the end of this, if we conduct this very professionally, how to start implementing professionalization. But just a reminder, this is the start of the dialogue. There's going to be a conference later this year. The professional bodies will be hosting many intervention, stakeholder engagements, and many conferences and learning workshops like this as well. We're hoping that you will leave here feeling that the public sector qualifications and public sector accounting competencies is a door opener for where you want to take professionalization. This event is open to public and CIBA members with the focus of accountants in the public sector. And this is where the Regenesis CIBA intervention and partnership is born around the philosophy of awakening potential. So within Regenesis, over and above the School of Finance that you see behind me, for those on camera and online, the School of Finance, where we have programs of Bachelor of Commerce in Banking and Financial Service, the Bachelor of Accounting Science, Higher Certificate of Business Management, specifically in credit banking, Climate and Sustainability Reporting and Programming, and other short courses. We also have the Public Management School. And these two schools combine to be able to support CIBA around professionalization within the public sector and specifically in the accounting disciplines. So how does Regenesis go about doing this over and above the schools of accounting science and the schools of public management? Our philosophy around awakening potential goes beyond IQ. We talk about the 5Q model, which is IQ, awakening potential with everyone that we believe inherently is endowed with intelligence. But in order to be a professional that is going to make impact and conscious leadership decisions, ethical governance in the public sector, we believe you have to have 4 more intelligences. And we weave this through our School of Finance at Regenesis, through our MBA program, through our degrees all the way to doctorate programs at Regenesis in the public management space as well. So what are those 4 other intelligences over and above IQ? EQ, emotional intelligence. Over the last 2 decades, this has been a buzzword, right? That in order to lead others and manage teams, you've got to be emotionally connected and aware of yourself, being able to master yourself in order to lead others, your teams, your community at work, in society, and that small circle around you, a ripple effect. But now we're talking about going into C-suites. We aligned here with a panel that all come from C-suites. And in a C-suite perspective, we believe that you need to have spiritual quotient. And spiritual quotient is not about religion. It is about going beyond religion and understanding the self in a different dimension. Who am I? What is my purpose? And what is my impact on people, profit, and sustainability? So that is a larger, we move from the small community into a global community. Now we spoke about IQ, EQ, SQ. The next one we talk about is PQ, which is your physical quotient. At Regenesis, we run wellness programs, which include physical programs like high-intensity gymming, Tai Chi, and then we go into mindfulness programs like yoga, meditation, breath work. And this really is to hone in yourself from body and spirit. Because once you have EQ, IQ, and SQ, and then you become the CEO of CIBA, and the next pandemic comes and you get wiped out. Now, what impact are you going to make? You need to maintain the body as well. And then the last one is FQ. And we hope that our School of Finance at Regenesis, as well as our MBA program, equips you for that. FQ is financial quotient. How do I create wealth that it multiplies and it's not restricted to my time that I'm earning and earning while I'm using time? Simply put, we have in the ecosystem My Wealth Investments that teaches our students about personal finance as well as how to trade on the stock market. So while your money can make wealth while you are busy earning. And for those that want to go into entrepreneurship, it's a different route. But this is where we see the CIBA, as well as the Regenesis partnership, coming together to awaken potential and up the game in professionalization. Without much ado, I'm now going to hand you over to the CEO of CIBA, Nicholas van Wyk. A little bit about Nicholas first. He's a chartered BA, MBA, a leading figure in the corporate finance in the African markets. As CEO of CIBA, he's pioneered the innovative accounting qualifications and sustainable reporting, earning the 2021 UNCTAD Award. Let's give him a round of applause for the award. He's a board member of SACHI and the International CFO Alliance, influencing global financial narratives. With a background in law and education from top universities, he advises on legislative matters and leads initiatives for economic growth. Additionally, Nicholas is an accomplished author known for his textbook and insightful articles on accounting. So let's hear it for this lawyer turned accountant, Nicholas van Wyk. Over to you, Nicholas.
Thank you so much, Indurani, for that welcome. And from my side and my organization, CIBA, thank you very much for attending this today. And for my panelists and all the others joining us, it's going to be an exciting discussion. We're all looking forward on this journey that we're embarking on. We all know so how did this thing arise that we have here today? It all started with a small thing called the Zondo Commission. In 1994, the new dispensation, the new government, during the CODESA process, obviously had now to do the very difficult task of how do you restructure and set up a new public service sector. And one of the very first legislations that was passed was the Public Service Act. And that then set kind of the tone for the years that were following. So if you want to understand what is happening today, we have to go back a few years to well, I suppose we can go back a long while, no? 1500s, 1600s, 1700s, and then all leading up to this specific moment in time, 1994. I read a very interesting article by Moletsi Mbeki, about he gave in his article, it was 2 weeks ago, I think, in the Sunday Times or the Business Times, an overview of South Africa's history and the struggle of the black middle class through the ages, culminating in 1994, and then finally having the political power to set their own destiny. And yeah, so that was such a huge struggle. He picks a date, 1500s or 1600s. And going through all the different stages of our histories with colonial powers, for many, many years, with an apartheid government, and then ending in 1994 and all those struggles. That then obviously mirrors what happened in Africa since the 1940s, after the World Wars. That is also very important to remember, understanding what we're doing here today, that most of Africa only got independence starting after the World Wars. And the only reason the powers that be allowed this to happen because they wasted all their resources in fighting that stupid war in World War I and II, where 50 million people were blown up and they lost all their capital. Imagine 50 million dead, and where's your intellectual capital to set up your economies again? It's gone. And all your wealth. I read an article, and I don't want to get too passionate about it, but I read an article like the Britain only repaid the last debt to the US, I think it was in 2008, of that they borrowed so much money from the US to fund the wars, World War I and II, that they only repaid it in 2008. So when you see these wars on TV, know that there's bankers behind it and somebody's borrowing money. And that money has to be repaid. So you are kind of creating a whole new debt burden for your country. It doesn't matter how good your cause is, there's still money to be repaid. So after the World Wars, the superpowers are bankrupt. They have to reset up the world. They couldn't control the colonies anymore, and they then start doing independence. it was a very terrible period. That's first, most of the African leaders that took over and wanted full independence got assassinated. It's a very interesting history. You can go and read it. As the powers that were there were struggling to kind of still maintain some economic control.
Do you want me to answer?
And then one country after another started getting independence. And with the independence, they now have to set up. Are we fine with the? I'm here on a nice roll. I don't think I'll get back to it again. Shall I just continue? Oh, perfect. So, yeah, they started getting independence. First the first country, then the second, then the third, and eventually it goes on like this. And the African Union is started, and then in 1994, South Africa then gets its new dispensation. So it's a long struggle, from the 1950s. There's 52 countries, and some of those countries didn't exist before the world wars. They're kind of also newly created. So the countries we see now wasn't the countries that existed pre the world wars. There were different countries. So now there's new borders. So you can imagine the different, I don't know how many nations we have in Africa, but and multiple languages, and now you have to set up yourself in this new structure. So how do you do this? A coordinating mechanism is then obviously the public sector, the government of each state has to form an administration. Obviously prone to corruption, prone to mismanagement, because it's a new thing. So it's only since the 1950s that Africa had to learn to set up these governments. We're now in 1994 happened in our own country, and you just imagine the guy sitting there at Kudesa, huge struggle. Do you really trust this guy? Do you retain your existing public sector? Because there was people sitting in the positions. There was director generals before 1994. There was something running there. Do you keep them or do you replace them? Or do you phase them out? And how do you do that? Because you can't give a shock to the system, because then the whole thing collapses. Yeah, and then there's spies and there's counter spies, and it's a tough, dynamic process. So you get this Public Service Act in 1994, and they then appoint the executive powers to appoint staff members, because obviously it is about control. You need to make sure that the right people. But then this appointment, this decision, and we'll talk about ethics today, where they say the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And that there's very few phrases. The older I get, the more truer that thing gets. Even my best intentions has this unintended consequence. I want the best for my children, and then I say to them, study this. And I'm so convinced of that fact, but then it doesn't fit the personality type. And then she's now on a different route. And now how do you get back again? So we as parents do it, and as communities we do it. So there's not very much difference between you as an individual and the choices you have to make, and the guy sitting at Kudesa making a choice on who can appoint somebody in the public sector. It's tough. It's individuals sitting there. It's not, sometimes people think about the state as this quasi-religious thing, abstract concept, but it's not. It's just the people trying to make apply their minds in the best way possible, working in a very dynamic political, corporate type of environment. And how do you get these messages through? So, then we carry on since 1994, and we get to the Zondo Commission. And that then led to certain recommendations, one of which is then professionalizing the public sector, and that very importantly, who appoints public officials. And I think there's the bill, I don't know whether it's already promulgated or accepted, but it's one of the biggest things ever since 1994. Just a small change, that it's no longer the executive authorities that will appoint the public service officials, it will be the head of department. And now that places the responsibility right where it should be. So that is a radical new approach. And kudos to government for accepting it, although forced, I suppose, through the Zondo Commission. But that then, a part of that process was a new framework issued by government, the professionalization framework of the public sector. And that is also how we then became interested in this whole concept. It kind of was a closed area for us for many, many years, but now with this revision, it opens up so much new opportunities. We were doing things in a certain way. It's now radically different. We're going to do it new. Another example could be the amount of money we spend on training and development within the public sector. And if we say we don't have enough skills there, why did we spend then 1 billion, 2 billion rands over the 30 years in training and developing people. So Regenesis and other universities has a responsibility that if we go in for our next 30 years, that we can't now do the training as we used to. We have to have benchmarks, that there's actual change. Us as professional bodies the same. What contribution did we make to the corruption and the state capture? Did we apply the right accounting policies? Did we apply our minds? Did we follow a no-club process by reporting the misconduct as we should have had? So it's a pity that we had to get here in a way that we arrive here through the Zondo Commission, but it's something new, it's something exciting. And I just want to thank all the presenters here. You guys are really the stalwarts of the public sector. We don't give you necessarily all the credit that is due to you for running such a very difficult organization and structure, and we're here to learn from you and then support you in the decisions that you have to make. So that is by way of introduction, and I think I did cover my bit. So we're moving now on to our next speaker. I think I'm going to stay here on the, thank you very much, Chief Director Nyaka. I'm going to then hand over to you, and you will then be speaking about the National School of Government and your perspectives on professionalization. Thank you very much. Can we remove the laptop?
Thank you, CEO, for the opportunity, and also to Regenesis and CIBA for organizing this event. And let me also greet all of you ladies and gentlemen. Where I come from, we don't like to offend people. We say all protocols observed. So if I didn't call you as a doctor, or because I'm in an institution, so it's not that I'm undermining your position. I'm going to share with you, I was requested to do a short presentation for 15 minutes, talk about the benefits and requirements for professionalization in the public sector. I've tried to cut this presentation very short for the 15 minutes. This emanated from the priority one of the 6th administration, because one of the priorities was to build a capable and ethical developmental state. So why a capable state? Because in a capable state, we need human capabilities, institutional capacity, so that we can be able to manage and run the state properly and ensure that there are proper technological platforms that will enable the workers to do their work. An ethical state is driven by constitutional values and principles of public administration, and also the rule of law. And also, again, we are also looking at the socio-economic rights and social justice as outlined in the Bill of Rights. And in terms of the developmental state, we need to be able to meet people's needs through interventions, developmental and also participatory public administration. That's what this priority talks about. In terms of whether we have achieved it or not, I think Public Service Commission and the DPSA had a number of, and DPME, a lot of seminars, workshops discussing if we were able to achieve the 2030 goals. The purpose why we designed the framework in the public service to professionalize the public sector, I think the CEO has written it to say the issue of Zondo Commission also were in the forefront. And also the Zondo Commission also called for professionalization of the public sector. Though Public Service Commission has started a long time ago working on issues of how we can professionalize, and also having round tables and, you know, a lot of research and round table discussions and documents were produced. Even in the country, there were a number of documents, reviews that were done to assess whether are we able to achieve the goals of the National Development Plan. So then the framework for professionalization, we see it as part of reforming state capacity. And we also want to create a clear vision as to where are we going to get the next generation of public servants. And I think CEO spoke about when the new government came in and those that were in, what happened. So the problem that we see now is that people who have been in positions for long, the younger generation, it's now struggling because there are people who are sitting in the position without us having proper mechanism for succession planning to ensure that the youth that is coming will be able to take up the positions, senior positions in the public service. And we also want to establish a career system that is based on meritocracy and ethical disposition. You all know about the battle of D and ANC, caught in and out, about how appointments are done in the public service. So this framework also is looking at us establishing a career system that is going to be based, appointments should be based on meritocracy and also ethical disposition. And there's a lot of work that has been done. I think my colleague from PSC is going to delve deeper into terms of what we have done up to date in terms of that. And also we want to institutionalize the public sector as a career of choice. You know, the issue is that universities will produce learners, but at an end, you find that it's difficult for the public sector to get the cream. In other countries like Singapore, they appoint the best of the best in the country. They are not going to private sector. They come to the public service. So with us, it's the opposite. It's like you are taking, after private sector has taken the cream, what the remnants come to public service. So we need to redefine to make sure that we attract the best in the country so that they are not discouraged to join the public service. And also the issue of skills deficit, it's a big problem that we need to address. And issues of inappropriate staffing, it came very clear in the research that was conducted by Public Service Commission that if you find a person having a higher qualification, you find that it's a doctor but not in the work that the person is doing. So those issues of inappropriate staffing also is what we need to deal with. And the objective is that we want to entrench a dynamic system for professionalization in the public sector. And I know that there's been a lot of criticism. I think when the framework was initially published and when we were collecting comments for public comments and doing consultations, what was coming out from the ground, people were saying, you have been producing these policies, but you are not implementing. And from my colleague from Public Service Commission, I think he's going to assure you, we are indeed having plans on how we are going to implement. And actually we have started to implement, and the bills that the CEO has spoken about, they're going to enable the implementation of this framework. CEO, they have been approved. They are going to the NCOP in the province so that we can get that concurrent approval. And also want to strengthen and enable legal and policy instruments to professionalize various categories of occupations in the public sector. That's what he spoke about. Some of the things that we want to do, it's impossible because they need legislation. So we can implement them. So the passing of approval of the two bills, it's a bonus plus for us because it's an enabler for us to do our work. We also want to enhance and build partnerships with higher education institutions and professional bodies. That's key to us because there's approximately 1,002 million public servants who needs to be trained, to be capacitated, to be upskilled. The National School of Government is one of the schools or institutions that has been established to capacitate the public service. I don't think on our own we'll be able to do it. That partnership is very critical for us to work with higher education institutions in doing this work while we do research and know exactly what are the problems. So working with them is to make sure that, one, we want to influence curriculum, we want them to co-partner with us to design programs that we know that are going to be relevant to capacitate the public sector. And also with professional bodies, it is clear that we want all public servants to belong to various professional bodies. I'll speak to that in my next slide. And also issues of meritocracy, I'm not going to stress that, I've spoken about that. Issues of initiating consequence management for material irregularities, where there's transgression mechanism and various pieces of legislation to implement them. And the other role that we need for professional bodies to register our public servants is that we know that in terms of their codes of conduct and whatever, we want to partner, because I think regulations and legislation in the public service is very slow due to intervention sometimes with unions and whatever. But if we make registration with professional bodies a requirement at registration level, appointment level, so if the professional body finds out that the person is under or misconduct or whatever, they will also implement their policies. And if they revoke the designation, then it means that person cannot work for the public service. So those are some of the partnerships that we are looking at. What foregrounds this framework? We looked at 3 concepts here: profession, the discipline itself, professionalism, looking at the individual, and also professionalization as a sector. For professionalization, is that we want to subject all employees to a single dispensation of professional registration and regulation, and we want to recognize the various professional categories within the sector. Where there are no professional bodies in the sector, we'll have to work with the various departments to establish some, to ensure that all workers are regulated in the country. There's a slide where I'm going to talk about the key professions that we have identified to start with professionalization in the system. And for the profession, we are saying that to be professional for the public service, it means that you need to work and project yourself in a way that demonstrates superior levels of acquired knowledge, skills, and competence, as well as exemplary conduct and commitment to the profession and its code of conduct. And I think that's where we want to partner with professional bodies there, though we do have our own code of conducts, but we want also to make sure that people comply to the code of conduct that regulates their own profession where they belong, because ours is too generic. It doesn't speak to you how a chartered accountant or an accountant must behave. And professionalism entails a high work ethic and adherence to standards and principles that are specific to the discipline itself, and also it will include your qualifications, your skills, competencies, and values. Benefits, they said I must talk about benefits. What are the benefits if the public servants are going to be registered or for professionalization? For us, we see that going to help us, because if you look at the Zondo Commission report, you read the reports from the AGSA, you will realize that we are a state that is in trouble. And you'll ask yourself, why are other people still in positions that they're still occupying even today after reading those reports? So the issue of consequence management is not actually happening the way it's supposed to happen. So the first one, it will assist us to ensure that there is effective governance, accountability, and transparency in the public sector. Because I think those things are lacking, issues of effective governance. The reports are showing us the misappropriation of funds, and it takes longer for them to discipline employees who are involved in such cases. And we continue to pay them, by the way, even if they're at home. Others stayed home for even 2, 3, 4 years, and it states funds. So that is why we're saying that if we can professionalize everyone instead of running to discipline, which we can't even implement effectively, it will help us. Issues of enhanced proficiency and expertise, you know, once you are professionalized, we look at your competence, your qualifications, professional bodies also for them to give you a designation. You'll be forced to study and register and do something with your life, because that would be a requirement for you to enter the public service. Those who are in, we have plans how we are going to ensure that we capacitate them to be able to be effective in their positions. It will improve service delivery. You know the protests that we are having in terms of our local government with regard to poor service delivery. Those people, if are professionalized, they will treat people well and be able that they will deliver the service that they are supposed to do. And also, I think the issue of public trust and confidence, the public is no longer confident with regard to public service, because they're not happy about any service. You know, if you can listen to the news and ask people, are you going to vote, and hear what they're saying, it's issues of poor service delivery. They don't have trust in terms of, it's not only the government, also people who are working in government who are supposed to deliver the service to the people. Issues of effective policy implementation. We are one of the countries that have the best constitution. When they were doing the framework, the research that was conducted, our constitution ranks above the top 5. But look at where we are. So there is a problem of implementation. There's a lot of documents and papers, but we're not implementing it. Issues of prudent resource allocation. If I'm professional and I've been professionalized, I think I will do the right thing. I won't give my friends tenders knowing that they're not even going to build the road and come to work in the office without feeling any, problem, being okay about what I've done. So those are some of the things that we want to instill by professionalization. The critical one, continuing learning and professional development. And that's the space where we want professional bodies to play, because according to SAQA policy, one of the functions or roles that SAQA wants to see professional bodies doing in the country is to provide continuing professional development to its members. And that's why we want to partner with them. And also issues of effective management of projects. We've got problems in the infrastructure. The president actually called for skills audit, which the NSG is doing, and it's not part of today's presentation. And in that a skills audit, those things are coming out, why we are having problems, why the AG sees us wasting billions without even knowing how to monitor the project. You are an engineer, you are calling yourself an engineer, but you can't even manage a project effectively. And I know that EXA won't call you an engineer until they certify you. But these people are appointed as engineers. And productivity and innovation, we believe that by professionalization will improve that. People will be innovative, they will think outside the box. And the most critical out of them all is the issue of ethical conduct. We believe that by professionalization, it will help us to make sure that public servants are behaving professionally and also in an ethical way. The next slide, I'm going to talk about 5 pillars, but I'm going to talk about only 2 for the purpose of this meeting. The 5 pillar of the framework highlights how we are going to professionalize the public servants, from the beginning when they are in duty until they exit the system. The first pillar speaks to pre-entry into the system. Recruitment and selection, that's what I'm going to talk about. The second one speaks about induction and onboarding. I'm not going to discuss about that today. The third one speaks about planning and performance management, which I'm not going to do, but I'm going to speak to Pillar 4 again. It talks about continuing learning and professional development, because that's where we want to partner a lot with professional bodies and also your higher education institutions for ensuring that we professionalize the public sector. The last pillar talks to career progression, succession planning, management of career incidents of heads of department. This pillar for us to implement is dependent on the approval of the 2 bills, the PAMA bill and also the PSA, Public Service Act, and also the Public Administration and Management Act for us to implement that. That one also speaks about the devolution of power. We separate the political interface, the powers of the executive authorities from those ones of the administrators in the public service. And I think the CEO spoke a bit about that. That is also going to assist us. The first pillar, what is more critical about the first pillar is that we want to appoint people in the public service through merit. There's a directive that has been issued on the 16th of February by the Minister of Public Service and Administration, and today she's doing her roadshow. She's starting in Mpumalanga. I must join her in the afternoon. We are advocating the directive to all the departments in terms of how they should implement this framework. And the issue of pre-entry in the public service, we do have a pre-entry exam that is written by senior managers. We are busy reviewing it. There are problems in terms of the pre-entry exams, because after I've written it and passed it, I'm able to write it for him and he gets a certificate. There's this copying the public service. So the NSG is busy reviewing the pre-entry, because we want to tighten it to make sure that if a person has written it, the next person, if they give you a copy or whatever, you won't find those assessments when you come to write, because there is a problem. And we also want to extend it to other sectors of the economy, because currently it's only public service. Public service is your provincial and your national department. So we want to take it to the military, state security, correctional services, the police, and even staff that are appointed into political office and their advisors. They also need to do this, and state-owned entities and your local government, they must do this pre-entry. The most critical one that everybody was complaining about is the issue of integrity assessment. We are introducing that as from 1 April 2024. The directive is out, it outlines how we should do this. Also, the occupation-based competence assessment, it has been there, but the way we're using it, we used it as a developmental program. But in terms of cabinet, there's an outcry that we should use it for appointment. Even if you did well in your interview, if you fail this assessment, we are not supposed to hire you. The report that was done, research by Public Service Commission, they found that in the system, people who didn't even perform well in management, financial management, and so forth are appointed. That is why we have issues of problems, because people don't have the necessary competencies for their post. There's also the review of academic qualifications requirements. Maybe that's why your higher education institutions, you need to come when you do your open day, whatever, you must also invite public servants, regions, so that it's not only learners, because these people don't have the requisite qualifications. There's an outcry that we need to professionalize them. So once you come in your open day and whatever, also invite departments, HR departments, to come and view and hear what we are offering, because these people must register and have the qualifications. By 2025, people who are outside, you can't enter the public service if you don't have the requisite qualifications of a level 8 from your chief director upwards. And also the issue of internship, we've cleaned it up, because we would advertise positions and say people must have experience. How do you have experience when you are coming out of the system? So there won't be any experience required. They've waived it for entry-level positions. I think you're level 5 and 6 in the public service. The issue of recruitment of DGs and DDGs is the issue of the role that Public Service Commission must play, because there's a problem here in terms of appointment. You know why we have this court case that is not actually ending. So Public Service Commission is going to create a pool of experts, and they've already done that, where the executive authorities must ensure that before, if you want to appoint a person for DDG in ICT, then you need to call the professional bodies in the ICT space to come and send reps. I think they've already done that, to sit there, and they're not observers. They must also conduct those interviews. If you want to hire somebody in finance, or it's a DDG of treasury or whatever, because they deal with finances, we need to make sure that people from the field of finance who are adequately equipped to know that this person is competent would sit in the panel to support government. So the directive will come later from the PSC once their bill is approved, to tell us how this is going to roll out, also the DPSA. Even for municipal managers, the same process is going to happen. We are now extending this function to include the role of Public Service Commission and also national treasuries. And also for commissioners, you'll know that the process of appointing commissioners was done in Parliament, but now we are saying we need professional bodies and experts from higher education to sit in the panels to make sure that we appoint relevant people, not by gender or race. These people must be adequately qualified to do the work. And it also stresses again in Pillar 1 that we need to collaborate with higher education institutions and professional bodies and industry experts to make sure that we professionalize the public sector. One, there is a problem that and you know, I once worked in an institution where universities will blame basic education and whatever. Now in the public service, we are blaming universities to say the products that you are giving us, they don't have what it takes to do the work. So the collaboration means that we need to influence curriculum to tell you what is it that, in terms of practice as practitioners, what is it that we see missing. You as experts, you need to take that information and translate it into teaching and learning and come up with an appropriate curriculum that we are going to deliver. In the role of professional bodies, I think we cannot underestimate it there, because some of the qualifications, because professional bodies are not statutory in certain areas, those qualifications don't via them. They come straight to CHE, go to class, and still we get learners who are not. So we want professional bodies to do their work to make sure that they are involved in approving programs that needs to be offered to the learners. The last slide that I'm going to talk about it's the continuing learning and professional development. This is very critical. The framework identified ICT, human resource management and development, SCM, supply chain management, finance management, your risk and audit, the built environment occupations, policy and planning, and the legal professions that we need to start professionalizing them. I'll give you reasons roughly. HRM&D in government, we are where we are today with people who are incompetent because of our HRs. If they were doing what they're supposed to do and implement policy, we're going to have competent people. So we need to professionalize people who are in HR, and I'll give you the reasons. I once worked with a CFO who was registered with a professional board. She refused to sign things that were not making sense and things that would jeopardize her losing her license. So once we professionalize ICT, HRM&D, if I come and say, hire this person and then instruct her behind doors, even if the person doesn't have qualification, that person will say, they're going to scrap me out, I can lose my job. That person is not going to do it. We need to reach that stage, because there is a research that was done by Public Service Commission. I think it was finalized in 2020. It speaks to these things. SCM, all the corrupt activities in the country of the Zondo Commission happened in the SCM departments of government. In SCM, even the lowest ranking official, they don't apply for promotion. They're comfortable. They don't apply. A person will be DD, will tell you that I'm fine, because they know they get more than what you will get as a salary. So we want to professionalize this area. The legal profession, we have legal divisions, but they don't go to court. We pay them a lot. We go out, we outsource, but we're having people. So that's why we want to also professionalize. I won't talk about the built environment. They are paid at OSD, which is much higher. There are people who are earning SDGs, but they are at director level. But they can't sign for contracts. So why should the government spend more money? So we want to assist the government to cut costs from paying for people who cannot do other work, but they are paid high. The most critical point that came here was that the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology and SAQA need to support government to assess the professional bodies for representativity and also for transformation before we can start working with them. And it's work in progress. So professional bodies, others are still waiting for departments. They must approach departments, because we had workshops with them to sign MOUs to start working with the relevant departments. Those departments are aware that they must work with professional bodies to make sure that they professionalize all these professions that I've actually indicated. The last slide speaks to local government and state-owned entities. Everything that I was speaking there, because remember, we are not regulated with the local government by the same regulations. So we are saying that in terms of COGTA, then they must work in collaboration with DPSA to make sure that measures that have been introduced in the public service to professionalize the public servants, they must apply them in local government. And directives must also be issued by COGTA, while we acknowledge that there is SALGA also that is working there. And for appointments of boards of SOEs, you know that's where there was a lot of corruption according to Zondo Commission. We are saying also that the Department of Public Enterprise with the shareholder ministers, they must follow suit to make sure that we also professionalize those. I think I'm going to stop here, and my colleague will also touch some of the things of what we have already done in respect of this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief Director. Thank you very much, Chief Director, from the National School of Government, Chief Director Nyaka. That was quite a refreshing presentation. I know who will I vote for if you were standing in the elections. And that one of the things I'm taking from the presentation, the honest presentation, very, very direct. And that is what we need as South Africans. We can't have political correctness anymore. We have to speak with each other directly. That was very important. Then also the awareness of exactly what is wrong. I think the group that got the lashing the most is the HR officials. I was just so happy she didn't say accountants. So the HR officials, we also read those reports. They're very comprehensive. They're exactly detailed. These people know where the issues are. Maybe they need more authority to enact them now. And hopefully the politicians it was a costly learning experience, like President Ramaphosa said at the Zono Commission. He says we've learned a lot. And I was thinking it cost us a lot to learn this. National Treasury estimated that South Africa's GDP lost 2.2 trillion rand due to the inefficiencies at Eskom and Transnet. So as an economy, we lost 2 trillion, which is close to a year's GDP. It's half of a year's GDP. So that's the damage that inefficiencies in a system can occur. Thank you very much, Chief Director. So now let's move on to our next speaker. That is Chief Director Jacobs. He's from the Public Service Commission, and then also explaining to us their role and the developments from that perspective. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Cameron Jacobs from the Public Service Commission, and I'm not quite sure if you know what the Public Service Commission actually is. We are a Chapter 10 body in terms of the Constitution, and I'll remit, if you will, you'll find in Section 186(2) of the Constitution, which suggests that the Public Service Commission must try and ensure the maintenance of an effective and efficient public administration and a high standard of professional ethics in the public service. And Faith has mentioned that Public Service Commission got involved in the professionalization space way before it actually became vogue. In 2016, we hosted a conference on the ethical and developmental state. We also contributed quite a lot to what actually became Chapter 13 of the National Development Plan. Some of those recommendations were made by the Public Service Commission. In respect to the professionalization framework, we sort of have a dual role. On the one hand, we find ourselves in a position of oversight, trying at a macro level, trying to coordinate the space that is now professionalization framework. And on the other hand, in terms of the framework itself, there are specific proposals, as Faith mentioned, roles and responsibilities for the Public Service Commission in terms of a database of technical experts and evaluation process of heads of department. The first slide that I want to show you, and I'm not quite sure if you are able to see this online, is a picture, and I'm sorry that people here cannot see it, is a picture of what looks like a vase. And it's a bit of an optical illusion, because you first see it, you see a vase. But if you look closely, you actually see two faces looking at each other. And the reason why I thought that this was apt for this presentation It's because that's what the professionalization framework at the moment is like. Depends on your frame of reference. It depends on your perception. The CEO spoke earlier on about ethics and how critical ethics is to the professionalization framework. I read an article a couple of days ago in News 24, and the title of the article was "The ANC was lying about cadre deployment." So I thought, okay, fine, this is cool. I will read the article. It's quite interesting. And then as I started reading, the writer speaks about his own experience of having worked closely with the then president, and intimated to the then president that he applied for a particular job at a particular department. And the then president said, well, okay, cool, I will let my DG know. And he let the DG know. And the DG said, no, fine, he will look out for the CV. And the lamentation in terms of this article was, I didn't get a response. So the ANC was lying back because they got their cadres lined up for this particular job. And he says in his article, well, I qualified for the job. I have a master's and a PhD in the exact area. And that is true. And so he was very critical that nobody responded to him. But the key question is, right? How ethical is it what he just did? Because these are the very persons that the President, Director General, the persons in power that have the power to manipulate and influence a recruitment and selection process. And there will be legitimate people applying for a position, filling out your 83 form as we do it in the public service, submitting your application with your certified documents, etc., trying to prepare for an interview. And someone slips through the side door because they have a connection to a former president or a connection to the DG. And he didn't understand that ethical disposition that he actually has. For him, it's okay. Because I'm qualified, I have a master's and a PhD, so all I can do, I can just speak to the minister. But that's one of the fundamental problems that exists in the public sector as a whole. And Faith spoke quite eloquently about the professionalization framework and the 5 pillars, and I don't want to go through that. Because for me, the professionalization framework focuses and must focus on 3 key things. 1, paradigm change. It's about public sector reform. 2, it's about capability. Improving the capabilities of the persons within the public sector. But capability also speaks about institutional capability, so the capability of institutions. Not just the people, but institutions. But also capability of our oversight bodies. So we often criticize the public service, or the public sector, the public servant. But it's also those persons that exist at the administrative level that have to have oversight, such as your legislature, such as parliament. That also needs to be professionalized, because if those oversight bodies don't do their work properly, nobody's going to be held to account. Local government is a case in point. The Auditor General says all the time, in every single report, about the dysfunction of local government, about the billions of rands wasted in irregular and wasteful expenditure. But those persons are not held to account. But institutional capability. So professionalization is not just about the people either. Like I said, it's about the institutions. So what is the macro organization of the state like? What is the organization and form of the state to be able to do its job properly? So you look at the law enforcement agencies, for example, if you look at the National Prosecuting Authority and the struggles that it's having, in trying to put people in orange overalls that have been alleged through the Zondo Commission to have been involved in state capture. It's very difficult because they may not be fit for purpose. So it's also about institutional capability. And the third issue is about character formation. It's about that ethical disposition. It's about how we behave, what our conduct is. I once went to, before I'll go into where we are with the professionalization framework, I went to, last year, 2 years ago, I went to the office of the family advocate. And I walked into the reception area and I approached the person that was there and then she said, just hold on. I opened my mouth and she said, hold on. Okay. And I watch her and she's playing a game on her computer. And when she was finished with the game, she then assisted me. I don't need to tell you, and Faith told you as well, I mean, I don't need to tell you the state of the public sector at the moment. And when we started this process, we started with, when the National School of Government drafted the first document, it was on the professionalization of the public service. And then through a ministerial task team, the decision was that we should professionalize the entire public sector, which includes state-owned entities as well as local government. And the role of the Public Service Commission in terms of that is that we've been going through and trying to monitor what has been going on and what the kind of implementation is by different government departments. So if you look at the professionalization framework, there are a number of recommendations and proposals that are assigned, if you will, to different entities. To local government, to the Department of Public Service Administration, to National School of Government, to the legislatures, to state-owned entities, and the involvement of, and the professionalization of specific sectors within the public sector. And so the Public Service Commission held a conference, what we call the stakeholder engagement or stakeholder retreat in July last year, to just bring stakeholders together and determine what exactly is going on and how we're going to unpack this elephant. And it was a very interesting engagement. And sort of one of the outcomes of this engagement was that these are your key drivers, which includes the Public Service Commission, the DPSA, the NSG, the Presidency, the Department of Cooperative Governance and Judicial Affairs. But what wasn't clear and what was not made clear in the document itself of the professionalization framework was who's taking the key role here, who's leading this process. And if you're leading the process, how do you lead the process? And so throughout this is also a bit of a conundrum now. I'll get to that because we don't have a single public service. So DPSA, which is responsible for a lot of policy issues, can only issue directives in terms of provincial and national government. It cannot issue directives in terms of local government because local government exists as an entire another sphere. And so the Minister of Public Service doesn't have sort of authority in terms of local government. So that's the one issue. But nobody appears to be leading the process. Although there's a heck of a lot of work being done by the Public Service Commission, by the DPSA, by DPME, the Presidency. The challenge is, which is not atypical of our country, is that it's not happening in synergy. It's a major challenge. And in the next slide that you will see, this is like some of the quotes from the conference that or the stakeholder engagement that we had. The first one is, how do you ensure effective coordination in the country? The framework must be appropriately and vociferously challenged. We should not bureaucratize the professionalization framework. It should be, and this came from the presidency, by the way, should be construed as a project that requires coordination across government where there is performance. We must consider the most important things can be done to move forward and create momentum. Purposeful and deliberate collaboration between government, the private sector, and civil society will be critical element for success. We need to look at an incremental approach. And so the struggle that we have currently, I'm glad Faith is not here to hear me talk. The struggle that we have currently is that it lacks a proper, comprehensive, coordinated implementation plan. And the challenge or the problem that many state-owned entities and departments seem to have had is that the professionalization framework is not an implementation plan. It's a guide. It's not costed. So nowhere in the implementation, in the professionalization framework is telling us how much this is going to cost and whether we actually have money. Because we have different spheres of government, because you have the public service, which is provincial and national, and local, which is its own sphere of government, we're not sure whether legislation is in fact in alignment with the professionalization framework. So we mentioned the bill, we mentioned the Public Service Amendment Bill. That's correct, it's before Parliament. The Public Administration Management Act, that's also before Parliament. And there's also the Public Service Commission Bill that is also before Parliament. But no one has yet interrogated whether those pieces of legislation line up together. There's also the bill on state-owned entities. And we don't know yet. And the challenge for me is that once those bills are passed and promulgated into law, it is very difficult for them to be amended. It will take us another 20 years before we amend the Public Service Act again. Faith also spoke about, okay, I'm not quite sure if you're able to see this. So this is what we call a process roadmap. So throughout this struggle, so this is where we actually are now. So throughout the struggle that the public service, I'm sort of principally involved from the position of the Public Service Commission to try and figure out what's going on with the professionalization framework and how people are implementing it. And we have, as the Public Service Commission, argued since July last year, we need to have a governance structure in place to properly coordinate the implementation and drafting of an implementation plan, because we don't have one. And even though the public sector or the public service is large, consists of 1.2 million public servants, part of the paradigm changes that it required actually is that we're actually public servants. In other words, we belong to the public service. We don't belong to a particular department. So what tends to happen is that if you belong to a particular department, you operate within that confines of the particular department. It's what we call silo mentality. So DPSA does what it needs to do in terms of the professionalization framework. NSG does what it's supposed to do in terms of the professionalization framework. Local government is doing what it thinks it's in terms of the professionalization framework, and I'll come back to local government now. But none of us are really talking properly to one another. So for example, when you look at local government, it's saying that it's doing something in terms of the professionalization framework. But in truth, what it's doing is trying to implement the amendments to the Municipal Systems Act of 2022. So the professionalization framework was adopted in October 2022. The Municipal Systems Amendment Act was assented to in August 22 and gazetted in November 2022. And in its view, professionalization framework is in the Systems Act. But nobody again has seen whether there's proper alignment. And the key question is, even if there is, how are you going to do it? A policy or pre-entry recruitment and selection program running by the NSG, revising that and teaching it to people eventually, is not necessarily going to change the paradigm. Amending legislation may not necessarily resolve the public administrative interface or the challenges of the public administrative interface. Even though, in terms of the legislation, if it gets approved, and that was a real fight to get there, heads of department or counting officers now are going to be responsible for the administrative and organizational structure and human resources of a department, and then the executive authority responsible for the strategic vision. But legislating that, and that in practice is going to be completely different. Strengthening the role of the Public Service Commission, that's one of the key aspects of the professionalization framework and Chapter 13 of the National Development Plan, is are those amendments and provisions in the Public Service Commission bill strong enough for the Public Service Commission to be strengthened? I take it this is a safe forum, right? So when you look at the appointment of commissioners of the Public Service Commission, but you can look at any chapter body for that matter. The appointment process is part of the challenge. Within the Public Service Commission, they nominated through the various legislatures. They're not supposed to hold political appointments, hold political positions, but they do. So there was a commission at the Public Service Commission who was also the head of the Integrity Commission of the ANC. So I firmly believe in the professionalization framework. And I also believe that this is one of our last chances that we have to try and address some of the challenges in the public service. But unless there is a methodical, sequential, logical, rational approach to implementation, we are going to run into challenges down the line. If our legislation is not in alignment, you're going to run into challenges down the line. If it's not properly coordinated, you're going to run into challenges down the line. Faith spoke about the DPSA issuing a directive in February, and that is correct, it did issue a directive in February. We also spoke about the professionalization of HR that is so critical. DPSA has a human resource development strategy that is still in its draft form. And that's central to everything in the professionalization framework. Because breaking it down to its fundamentals, the professionalization framework is about how you're going to professionalize all your human resources. Doesn't matter whether it's HR, whether it's supply chain management, legal, doesn't matter. And so to a certain extent where I see now is that we're drawing the cart before the horse, which is one of the reasons why the Public Service Commission, we drafted the process map, and we're telling departments, just hold back a little bit. We're presenting you with a process map. We want to establish a governance structure composed of a steering committee and a technical working group. The technical working group is going to be drafting the implementation plan. And these governance structures are representative of the entire public sector. And from there we start incrementally draft the process and implement the professionalization framework, starting with legislative synergy. That's your first thing. So Faith did mention that the Public Service Commission we're busy with the drafting of the technical experts and the HOD evaluations. But the problem is we stopped. We can't go any further. And the reason why we can't go any further because there's no policy and legislative framework in place that actually authorizes the Public Service Commission to do this. So now we have to stop and we have to wait. But this is not a short-term thing. So just in conclusion, the NDP is until 2030. It's now 2024. We've got 6 years left. What we are suggesting and proposing as the Public Service Commission is that effectively your implementation plan must span the entire MTSF period, pretty much until 2030. Because that's how long it's going to take in order to implement this. It's not going to take a year to implement. I think the good news is that it's taken us a year as the Public Service Commission to get here. But the reason why sort of implementation in the public sector has been rather, I suppose, without clear direction, it's because it's the nature of the public sector. It's the nature of the public service. It's not an indictment, it's sort of the process that we had to get through to where we are now. And so we hope to present this process map and our report to the Minister in the next couple of weeks so that she can issue a directive in order to establish these governance structures. There is a lot riding on this, but there's also a lot of support. So the Public Service Commission has gotten support from the United Nations Development Programme and the World Bank in helping us to drive the process of professionalization and trying to ensure that professionalization and the framework itself is properly implemented. And I think the last point that I want to make is just lessons that we need to learn. One of the reasons why we are so far behind in the National Development Plan is precisely because there was no implementation plan. And we can't make the same mistake with the professionalization framework. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Chief Director Cameron. Also very insightful, so it gives me confidence and makes me all excited to hear these officials speak. They know what they're doing. Then I was also just looking on LinkedIn on your profile, and I saw I think it's an M in philosophy, and I think that should be like a very strong qualification, or at least a subject within all public sector qualifications, just to see the bigger picture and what we're really after. So what I'm taking home from the presentation is there are a lot of people that know what's wrong and how to fix this. It sounds to me like a change management issue. I remember from my MBA days, we did a change management course, and running CIBA, you said change management is difficult. When a new manager leaves or a new one comes in, if there's cultural clashes and differences, it's difficult to get your message as the CEO across on what you want to achieve. And then have all the staff members, I only have 35, aligned behind this main strategy, and then there's 10,000 members. So getting myself aligned to my own values, getting the staff aligned, and then getting 10,000 members aligned. Now, if you're talking about 1.2 million people, it's different. How do you do that? Now, my suggestion to the public sector would then be, well, go and see how China is doing it. They've got billions of people. I don't know how many tens of hundreds of millions working. And if I look at the Chinese state, and I was thinking, what makes a winning nation? I was writing an article about it. I suppose it has to do with luck, and it has to do with guns and wealth. Well, those things play a role. But your ability to coordinate your country's activities, that is what makes you win. If the government can coordinate, because the Chinese government coordinates their economy, the role players. I'm not saying about centralized control, that's not what I'm saying. Those of you that I watch Netflix, and recently there's been a lot of new movies with Chinese actors in it, but it's a Western movie, but Chinese actors. And the way they depict the cultural history and background of China is in a very, very positive light. The way they depict the Western, usually the bad guy would be an American. So it's on Netflix, which is an American company. The program is run for all the world to see, but you can clearly see the angle that the director is taking. Now, how does that happen? Does that happen by itself, by organically? No. There's a direction behind it. There's intent. And that is what I think we forget. We think that the state is kind of like an amoeba. It's like there, but there's no intent. It's kind of naturally organic. It's not. As a country, you have to have goals. If you read the Chinese president's, and sorry, I'm going on but I just love this topic. The Chinese government, you read President Xi's, and I would make that recommended reading for all our public service people. His speech at this, when he does his presidential speech at the Communist Party's event, it is so invigorating, it's so directed, it's so very specific in what they want to achieve. Back in, I don't know when, 1850 somewhere, I might make a mistake, many of you won't know, and I didn't know, that the British burned down Beijing. Yeah, if you think where Britain is now, and all the thousands of kilometers right to Beijing, they had these opium wars, and they were utilizing opium to get Chinese laborers cheap, and the then emperor didn't want to cooperate anymore, and then they burned down Beijing, the city. Now, how do you think that? Now that is 1850. Imagine where we are now in the world. No, it's possibly the other way around. So, how did they do that? 1979, China was rural. After the Mao policies, that was just bad for everybody. 100 million people died of starvation. They were going nowhere. That's 1979. They got a new guy in. He says, we're going to reform. And they start reforms. And now they're close to becoming the biggest economy in the world. They're lifting hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. So when I hear our politicians speak about problems, they would say 20 million, 8 million unemployed, the youth is 50% unemployed, we've got big problems. I'm thinking, wait, everything is relative. Is that really a problem? It's not. China is doing it like in a year. So how do they do that? They send their people over to the US to study. The American universities are full of Chinese students paid for by the Chinese government to go and learn what the best principles possible. So they're not saying, no, we'll do it the Chinese way. They're sending them to the US. So there's no ego involved in the process. No, we'll do it like we'll do it. And no. You know what's working. You send your guys there. You fund them. They come back. And then they change. And then there's this amazing goal. So when President Xi speaks, he doesn't say, no, but the Brits burned down the Emperor City, the city, the Forbidden City. No, but this happened. No, we lost so many people. He never says a word of those. So their history is similar to our history, a very bad history full of bad things. But he never refers to it in his speech. Because he's looking forward, and he has this 100-year plan, and he says, we're going to be bigger, we're going to be better. And I saw this as an accountant. I was at an event at IFAC, and I spoke with the Indian, he was the head of the Indian delegation of chartered accountants in India. And I remember the US speaking the AICPA, and they were saying, and I was then in awe with the US, and I said, oh, what's an amazing, he says to me, don't worry, we'll beat them in a few years. And that changed my mind. I thought, wait, what is he saying? So they had a plan. When I speak with the professional body in India, was there just last year, and we speak about standards and how do we adopt them. And in South Africa, we have this culture, we have this approach. Let's just adopt things from overseas. If the World Bank says it, let's take it. If some other international body says it, let's take it. And then we adopt it wholesale. And then I'm thinking, but then I speak with this Indian, the technical executive of the Chartered Accountants India, says, no, they don't do that. They look at the standard, and then they decide, will this give us 1 employment, 2 economic growth? And then they exempt it or they adopt it. So my plea then is obviously, the first thing of any standard, anything that you do, will this give me employment and will this give me economic growth? And that's the filter that you look into this thing. I think you spoke about bureaucracy, don't just adopt it. So that is my takeaway. Thank you so much for inspiring me. I feel like I'm young again. So now, the next speaker, somebody that I've followed on LinkedIn and your profile on your national treasuries, I don't want to sound like a creep, but I always wanted to have you at one of our events, and it took us a few years, but finally we can meet, and thank you very much for representing the Office of the Accountant General, an office I have high regard for, and maybe it's also, more people need to know about the role you guys are playing. Thank you very much, Kara.
Thank you. Thank you very much, CEO and Regenesis, for the opportunity today. I think it's been years coming, so I'm glad that I'm finally here. And I hope I can also talk to you today about the major challenges in the public sector we are facing, specifically relating to financial reporting. I think it's best that we start off with the audit outcomes. Let me just see how I can move these slides. Thank you, there it goes. And I think it's the first time in quite a few years that we have a positive outcome. I'm specifically referring for today to the PFMA audit outcomes. The HESA released that in 22-23 November month. And as you know, in government, we all aspire to become this green block here, the unqualified with no findings. And I think it's a very positive result that we achieved this year. We almost had 147 national and provincial departments and public entities achieving this target. Of course, the next one, the unqualified with findings, there's also a positive impact there, and that's the one where you don't have any findings on your financial results, but then of course there always remains the compliance and performance findings combined with your positive financial results. And then I think our qualified with findings and also our disclaimer categories have changed quite a bit, although we're still disheartened with the submission rates, and I think that's also something we'll talk about the quality of financial statements and people submitting financial statements on time in government, a big risk. So a little bit more about our office. National Treasury is a big place. You would often know us for our budget speech, and our minister's just been, a few days ago, he's been busy with all that in Parliament. But the Office of the Accountant General really looks after all the finance legislation. We're the authors of the PFMA and MFMA, and I think our office then also has an enforcement arm where we have got a fraud and investigation division as well that looks into all of these Zondo Commission and many others. Yeah, those are just the ones that gets to the newspapers, but I'm sure you're all aware that there's many other instances of fraud and corruption in government as well. So we've got that arm, and then we, of course, support all of the internal auditors, the risk managers, and the accountants out there in government. Sorry. Thank you very much. Now our online colleagues, I'm sure, can see the slides as well. We were just on the next one. So thank you. So I think it's good to reflect on 2022-23 financial years. But yeah, we're almost in the next financial year, and we're closing, as you know, 31 March. And yeah, we need to have invested the time and the money and the training to turn those results around. So I think we have identified the weaknesses, and it will be good to share some of those with you today. Of course, I don't have 3 hours to take you through everything. We are specifically focusing in our office on the CFOs and their financial management team. So I think it fits in well with the audience here today. But of course it goes hand in hand with all the consultants and all the advisors that works in government as well. And I think internal audit has proven that they've got a very important role to play in this whole process of addressing the challenges in government. With us looking at the audit outcomes, we can't ignore the economic environment we're in. I think we've all seen the budget speech and all the documents related to that was tabled in late in February. Our revenue is definitely under pressure as government. We all know our expenditures increasing, our debt levels are definitely something to be concerned about. And you'll see there that our budget balance is still in a negative position. So, and we project that for the next 2-3 years to still remain that. So despite all of what we're doing in government, I think there is still a feeling, and that's sort of the lived experience of the people on the ground, you and me, when we go home, that there is many problems still in government, even though we see improvement in the audit outcomes. I think we've spoken a lot about the Zondo Commission and the role that we can play. I can assure you as the National Treasury, we're also very much part of reporting into that plan and how we're going to turn things around. I think it's important to note the FATF grey listing and the challenges that has brought to government as well. But I think there's been good progress over the past year, although it's not totally positive yet. There's so many committees looking out for fiscal economic challenges. Our rising debt levels is definitely of concern, and I think our state-owned companies, our energy crisis and logistic crisis is just one or two of the things that we need to work on, and that our minister is specifically giving attention to. The infrastructure side of things is definitely where we need a lot more public officials to be trained. And that can only happen if all of these other frameworks that my colleagues have been speaking about is in place, and we do get a rollout on that. So we're also working with the Institute of Internal Auditors, the Institute of Directors, the DBSA, and some of our other partners in the Public Sector Audit Committee Forum to support all our initiatives in our office. Right, so let's look at the risks. Although the financial audit outcomes have largely been improved, and I think some of our frameworks that we put in place, as you know, the departments have got the modified cash standard. That is still very much old kind of framework, and we're waiting for systems before we can move into a more other kind of framework where we can be in line with IFRS and those. So that is definitely a need to be prioritized, and I think at least our public entities are in the GRAP environment that's very much aligned to IFRS. So we need to prioritize our support to these CFOs. We do those through many of our CFO forums and learning events that we've got. But it's an ongoing process, and just as you think that one department or entity is improving, then we've got a few others that's falling off on the other side as well the next year. So we really need to look at the gaps. We as the citizens, I think we feel the service delivery not always being there. We all know about load shedding and all the transport and logistical problems that we've had in the past year as well. Previously, I think we relied on our SOEs to drive this country forward and drive the economic growth. But yeah, we all know about the burden it's putting currently on the fiscus, the many guarantees, and the negative impact it has on our fiscal framework for guaranteeing debt and also then raising and taking over debt in many cases like Eskom. Right, if we go to the risk, I think the poor quality of financial statements really is of concern to us. The AG keeps on reporting that in many cases, as many as probably 60-70%, they have to make adjustments to these financial statements before they can express an audit opinion. So there's definitely a need to train everybody. It's not only the CFO, but to train everybody to be more compliant to the accounting standards and to ensure we get quality set of financial statements. As you know, the Auditor General is also, the fees are increasing, and it's always of concern to us as well, but many of the times the reason is that they have to audit 2 or 3 times the same set of financial information. We don't have adequate skills in all the divisions. I think we've established that throughout this morning, that there is definitely a need to upskill everybody in the finance division. Procurement remains the area of the most findings, that irregular expenditure and as well as the fruitless and wasteful is still increasing. Infrastructure, the Minister of Finance has prioritized infrastructure, and it's a key enabler for us for economic growth. But yeah, these reforms take time, and we must be patient and continue to deliver on these. You must be aware that the AGSA also has got the new process of material irregularities. I think they expanded it to quite a few institutions, and they reported that they already had 240 material irregularities issued against the accounting officers of institutions. And that can lead to a loss to the state of 14 billion, and we hope to recover that as well. Right, if we focus on what is the root causes of our financial challenges, I think the number one challenge is professionalisation. We do have a few qualified and competent officials, but it's just not enough to drive the professionalisation in the whole division and the whole department. And if we can strengthen that aspect and also the financial and management performance to get the control environment right, I think we can go a far way. We also struggle a lot with repeat audit findings. You'll know from year to year that these audit findings seems to repeat, and we don't get the implementation plans quite right to ensure that there's a positive result in the next year. So what our office is doing with immediate effect, or we've been working on it probably for the last year, you might have seen that the PFMA and MFMA is busy being reviewed. We plan to bring the new set of legislation pretty soon. We all know with the elections that might put a spanner in the wheels for this year. But we hope to still try and do that as soon as possible. It's an advanced stage already. So where we need you and the members is to comment when that opportunity presents itself. It will go through the parliamentary process, and there will be an opportunity to comment. And I think we'll definitely strengthen our CFO environment as well. I'll talk a little bit about that later. And then, of course, we are seized with making innovation changes. I think some of the previous speakers definitely mentioned that the way government is doing things is definitely not always the best and most advanced. So we're always looking for opportunities to support better all of the government departments, all the municipalities, and all the public entities come to us for accounting advice when there's definitely disputes or disagreements with the Auditor General. We do see them landing up on our desk as well to resolve. So there's definitely ways in improving that process. And I think if we can find the systems and then, of course, get better government systems as well, we'll go a far way in improving the audit outcomes and financial management. Right, so we all talk about this capable state, but yeah, we must focus on what it can do to enable us to work together to improve the processes, and of course responsiveness. What we've done as National Treasury is we've worked very closely with the NSG, and I think in Treasury we've got our own chartered accountancy program, which we're very proud of. We've run that, I think, probably for the last 10 years, and we take chartered accountants into training, as well as a lot of interns in the financial space in our various divisions, where they then get hands-on experience. We also developed the minimum competency framework for the CFOs, and we gather a lot of data on specifically the public finance officials in the risk management, internal audit, and finance divisions. We've also developed a competency framework, which I'm sure you can find on our website, and that builds, it really shows us where we can focus on our financial management capacity. It gives us all the technical skills, the behaviors, so we definitely know what CFOs and finance officials need, and then also how they can practically implement and get these skills in government. As I mentioned, I think the audit committees, we do see a lot of weakness in the state, and it will go a long way if we can improve the effectiveness of that, and as well as our internal audit divisions. And we're looking a little bit to change who they report to and where they fit in the organisation, and that will also come through in the changes when we do the PFMA and MFMA. Right, so what are the reforms we are busy with right now? You've all seen the procurement bill. That's taking a lot of time and attention of the Treasury officials. So that is currently before Parliament, and that's one bill that we do see that hopefully we can move efficiently on and get that legislated as soon as possible. We're also busy reviewing all the instructions. It's quite a cumbersome set of instructions and complying with our SEM policy, so we're definitely aware of that as National Treasury. And then we also have SEM-specific qualifications, and I think that's with UNISA and TUT at the moment to focus specifically on a SEM practitioner. The other speakers have already mentioned this National State Enterprises Bill. We also have given comment into that, and we're looking forward to finalising that. On our accounting side, we continue to develop guidelines. We know some of the universities, when you come out there, it's not always specific to the public sector, and it takes a lot of change and training to get everybody on board. So we're working with a lot of guidelines. Also our GRAP framework, there's so many guidances and forums that we do have, so I encourage you to become part of that so that we can also enhance your learnings and the application of that. So And then, of course, we're working very closely with our monitoring and enforcement agencies. We all know about that there's a need for much more enforcement and consequence management, and that's what our audit division is also looking at in National Treasury. Right, so in conclusion, I think we all know the accountability ecosystem in government is really also very dependent on our financial professionals. We have to safeguard everything, our public funds, and it's our responsibility to take care then to see that our audit outcomes improve so that we can have a successful implementation of all these reforms. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and I hope that you find this useful. Thanks.
All right, so we'll proceed now to our panel discussion, and invite our third panelist also to join us from SALGA. If I can ask Rio Noluchunga, SALGA Chief Officer, if you would like to join us. You can take your seat. Unfortunately, we're running a little bit behind time. Otherwise, I would have slotted you in. This is our panel. It's more like a Q&A. If there are questions that came through from the audience, I hope that the organizers would provide that to me so that I can get them. Wes, can we get the questions from the audience for the panel? And then I'd just like to reintroduce everybody. We have Cameron, the Chief Director from Public Service Commission, and Karen, thank you very much for that encouraging presentation that you did from the Accountant General and the work that you guys are doing. And that's like a core function of government, running an effective accounting system and assisting municipalities and the sectors with being compliant. And then Rio, thank you very much for joining us from SALGA. We each did our introduction, but Rio, we didn't get one from you. If you just like, before we start the panel, you can just give a short introduction of your function at SALGA and also what SALGA does.
Greetings to everyone seated here in the auditorium, and greetings to also the participants who are on the virtual platform, I believe. To Anton, your team, as well as the fellow panelists. I'm going to make a silly statement first before I start. And I say, and please don't read anything into it, just take it in a knee-jerk reaction. The summit has done exactly what happens in our state system. We think of everyone first, and then we think of local government last. And then when we point fingers at wrongdoing, we start at local government and finish off with the national guys. It's quite strange that we also do it in the way we do things, such as conferencing. But be that as it may, I'm not here to defend local government. I've been given a brief. The only thing I will say is that all of us in the government system, wherever we operate, regardless of institutional affiliation, we all have a shared responsibility and liability for where government is as a whole, and the tendency to finger point where most of the wrong is not going to help anyone in the state. All of us have a joint responsibility to redress the shortcomings. Just in brief, having not stepped on podium, I'd like to describe the SALGA model of professionalization as a model of professionalization that is not legislative driven. So it's not a power model, it's a member-driven model. So how do the members who belong to SALGA, who are municipalities, see the transformation from where they are in the difficult, complex, and challenging environment that we see? Where do they see them making a contribution towards professionalizing not just the state and the public sector and local government? And they look to SALGA as their voice to calibrate the thought leadership around professionalization. So we look at our model as a complementary model to what is presented in the framework. We don't look at our model as a framework. We look at it as a cue for action. And the action, we expect it from the members. We expect it from the IGR partners, and we also expect it from the legislators, where they have a responsibility of you to bring to the fore, tangibly speaking, the necessary instruments of legal reform that we need to professionalize. But also, we are also saying we have the greater share of responsibility as municipal practitioners at all levels to also make a difference. By way of giving a snapshot of the model has got 5 pillars because the municipality is defined differently to the state. The municipality is the institution comprising of the administration, meaning the employees and the municipal manager. This same institution comprises of councillors, the elected officials, who are fulfilling the legislative function of the municipalities. The municipality also comprises the citizens who are within the geographic boundary of that municipality, expecting service, but also the municipality also in an expanded form is about the people who have an interest in the running of the municipality, but may not necessarily be citizens, the investors, the people that bring in business. And our pillars are service, orientation, professionalism. Once all the HR issues are done, once people have been appointed and trained, can people behave in such a way that their primary function is service? So can they gravitate in their conduct, in their value system towards service orientation? And that service orientation must be directed in all the multiple touch points of the people that require services from a municipality. The person wanting a rezoning application done, the person that wants to invest, and the citizen that expecting clean water on the tap, and so forth and so forth. And there's multiplicity of those stakeholders. Our second pillar of professionalism is that the leadership echelon of a municipality, politicians as well as managers, must change the way they operate. They must change the way they approach their job. They must change the way they conduct themselves. They be the embodiment of the professionalism. Because if we professionals only HR and we leave the rest of the institution without a touch of professionalization, we're not going to have the elements of a capable system and ethical system that we want to see. The third pillar of professionalism is to connect to the professions, the professional bodies, the CIBAs, the CICAs, and all of them, and start forming a relationship with them where we co-create the destination of professionalization. So when we were invited to come here, we thought that's part of the journey of seeking to lay the foundations for that creation. The institutional professionalism, looking at the institutions, the municipalities, 257 in total, what do they need to be repurposed in order to create this enabling environment for professionalization as employers, as also delivery agents, but also in the institutional systems and mechanisms that need to put in place. And lastly, what must the community's role be in influencing professionalism? Getting feedback from them, doing customer surveys, citizen surveys, and starting to understand where are we in the matrix of professionalism as we begin the journey, as we mature over time, and as we hopefully mirror a local government capable state that is a mirror of the capable state that we're talking up at the level of the state level. So that's really the long and the short of what we represent as local government.
Thank you, Rio. You can share with I just want to wait for mine to switch the mic on. There we go. Rio, thank you very much for that hard-hitting presentation. Nice to hear from local government. I can see there's a lot of passion. And thank you for wanting to work with professional bodies. So my question that I'm going to shoot off is, here we are, the four of us, and I'm the CEO of a professional body. Yet we have a lot of accountants aiding and abetting fraud and corruption. We saw it at the Zono Commission. And so my question is, what are we doing wrong as a professional body? And if I can place myself on the spotlight, then the same with each one of you. if I may do that. I've been in this profession for 20 years, but the severity and the size of the collapses just increased. I thought Steiner was the biggest, and then came state capture and ESCOM, which each one dwarfs the other. So what am I doing wrong? What is my profession doing wrong? My question for each one of you, being involved now for so many years, what makes this time different? What is it that you need, either from your officials or our government? What is it that you need from us to make sure that this time around, because I agree with Cameron, I don't think we have another chance after this one to correct what we need to do. I'll start with Cameron, and then we'll work to the rest of the panelists.
Thank you. Why is this perhaps different? It's an interesting question. I'm not quite sure if it is different. No. Look, I think that there are always sort of times in history where you tend to have like-minded individuals waking up at the same time. And there is a shift in discourse in our country at the moment, however slight it is. There is that shift in the discourse. There's a definite push. I think this started already when our current president became the president of a country. There's a slight push to create the necessary change in our country. But there's also, I think, in that discourse, a review of what worked and what didn't work. And I think one of the things that concerns me quite a lot about our country is that to answer your first question, the moral fabric of our society has collapsed. So it's, you're looking at Steinhoff, you're looking at KPMG, you're looking at religious institutions, looking at civil society institutions, you're looking at the state, you're looking at private sector. Everything has seemed to have sort of collapsed, the moral fabric of our society. And that's when I spoke about the professionalization framework dealing with capability, paradigm change, and character formation. It's not just about character formation of the public sector, it's character formation of an entire public service. I mean, our society. We need to return to the fundamental values and principles of our Constitution. So I slowly see that happening. And I also see the interest of civil society and the private sector that I have not seen before. So there is a willingness now of all sectors coming together to try and solve this puzzle that is our country at the moment. So I think that is the difference where you sort of like-minded organizations or individuals waking up at the same time.
Thank you very much. Ryu? You can,
I thought you'd make Karen start. I think the difference this time is that we are taking off our complacency caps. We thought it's enough to have a constitutional dispensation. It's enough to call ourselves a rainbow nation. It's enough to talk about the unity of the country. But the democracy, for it to endure and for it to be resilient, we need to work on the basics of that democracy. It's not going to be served on us on a silver platter. But more specifically pointed to Anton's question, we are starting to look at the profession and the professional slightly differently, because there is a very close and intertwined relationship between who the professional is as a member of CIBA and who that professional is as an employee of the organization. We've tended to separate those identities, and just in the way we do things. We have not, at the level of municipalities, created a conducive enough environment for the professionals to contribute meaningfully, to be appreciated, to be supported, to be developed, in the hope that the return on the investment would be better functioning, better managed, and better delivering municipalities. And I think the fact that our eyes are opened to the necessity of stitching the relationship between the professional at the level of the professional body and the municipality does give us a compelling a pathway that we may turn the corner. And I don't want to break down the details for now. Anton, I see you have a lot of questions to ask. I'll get to that answer in some sort of framing about what the thought processes are as to how that journey of partnership can be forged and evolve over time.
Thank you. Karen?
Thank you. I think there's a big difference between technical skills and being competent in your job, and then also compared to your behavior. And often the behavior leads to these kind of fraudulent activities. And we can make officials competent and train them and send them to all sorts of courses. But that ethical side is something that's inherent in you. And I think in government, if we don't catch enough of these and bring the consequence management, those behaviors will continue, and people will see the state as a good opportunity to drive their own agendas. So really from our offices, I think we know all that the audit function's main function is not to do fraud and catch fraud and detect fraud, but there's definitely a drive within the sector to do a lot more on this side. And I think we can roll that out to internal auditors. And I think once consequence management is in place and we've got strong leadership, a strong DG or DDGs that take action against these officials, and people see that some of their peers are being suspended or at least out of jobs, then we'll see that environment changing. So it's really starting from the top there.
Thank you very much. I remember listening to a story somebody told on about an ancient king. I think his name was Marduk, and I think it's Sumerian. And how they did accountability. Then at the end of each year, that he was now like the president. He would they would take him outside the town or the village or the kingdom or what, and then you should then lose all his clothes and he stand naked in front of all the populace, the citizens. And then he has to account for what he did. Are their lives better or not? And if not, then obviously he would then get the stick. And then if they are satisfied, then they would do the ceremony of appointing him again. And then he would return. So that's very, very specific, personal accountability, which could be democracy is not giving you that specific layer of responsibility on the decision maker. This isn't maybe even a worse example than Marduk for the official involved. In China, if a public official is found guilty of something, of corruption, then him and his whole family's assets are sold. Not even, he doesn't become a slave, but the assets are sold. And because they say the wife and the kids, and depending on the age, should have known or would have known. He's living above his means, and this wouldn't be possible. So they then sell everything. I don't know if he's working or not. No, I'm not living in China. That's just what I heard they did. So definitely a coordinating mechanism is necessary, like each presenter said. How do you get this big thing to move? 1.2 million people. I remember a story from just before the rugby World Cup, when we first won it with Rassie Erasmus back in 2017. A year before the World Cup, we were 7th in the world. And then they had this big conference, much like we're having now. And everybody was saying, no, it's hopeless. Our skill sets aren't what the New Zealanders are. We'll have to go back 12 years to grade 1. And then take everybody through the school and then university. And maybe it'll take 15, 18 years before we at the same. I distinctly remember that was the argument. But then within a year, we win the World Cup. So the competence or the willingness and the skill sets are there. We just need that type of person to unlock that. that unifies the public sector, that focuses the public sector, and get them to believe in the thing that they did. Maybe there's an example to follow. That philosophy of taking the public officials to the citizens where they struggle, and yeah, just so they can feel and see the effect. But let's move on then to other questions online. We had a few. I'm just going to try and kind of consolidate them and summarize them as I understand them. We spoke about working with professional sectors. The question was, what is the plan to align these professions to ensure integrity and they operate in a more efficient way? From our own perspective, from the accounting sector, we struggle to get the 10 accounting bodies together. There are 10, to just have a meeting together and discuss standards and what is most appropriate for South Africa. And I perceive it will happen the same within the sector. You're going to have multiple bodies. Should there be a forum of professional bodies that meet and then present solutions to the public sector instead of, because there's many things that will be generic that we all can do to cooperate. I just want your responses. We'll start again on maybe we'll start with Karen and then we'll work our way this side.
Thank you. I think that's a very good idea. I would definitely support that, and our office is always open for these kind of engagements. We've got our public entities like the ASB and IRBA already working closely with us, and we've got very good relationships with them. But it's not often that we get to meet the whole sector. And I think something like that twice or more than that a year can definitely be valuable. It can even be hosted, or we can take turns in leading that. So I think it will be a good idea.
I think more specifically, Anton, we've become almost like, for lack of a better word, forced to map the terrain of the professional bodies. It's always easy to say professional bodies, but if you don't know them and you don't know their founding statements, you often don't know what you're dealing with. And we've gone through a mapping of those professional bodies, at least from a point of view of understanding those that are tied to municipal functions. We may accept that some of them bear no relevance to the local government system. And what we found, at least the numbers tell us so far, is that there's at least no less than 103 professional bodies in our local government system, which comprises of 265,000 employees spread across 257 municipalities. One of the notable things we didn't know, we've discovered in the desktop mapping, is that out of those, the greater majority of them are non-statutory. And CIBA would fill in that, would apply in that categorization as a non-profit organization. And about 17% are statutory, which already tells us the nature of the conversation has to start from somewhere. All the professional bodies need to be canvassed. We are hoping we will succeed should the minister that's responsible for local government so approve, to have an audience with them in one full room, explain to them what we are trying to do, and call upon them to try and assist them in providing us with their IP. Their IP obviously is what standards each professional bodies apply, and to the extent to which those standards that apply to those members in the profession can find some form of replication in as far as their conduct, expectations, and behavior apply as employees of the municipalities. Because when they are in the SCM doing something wrong, and I'm sorry to use a bad example, in the SCM process, when they are uncovered, they are flagged as so-and-so by name. They are not flagged as having taken down the name of the profession. And we want to bring that element together. And we are exploring an idea in the system of working with professional bodies of credentialing or licensing municipal employees as professionals, so that the risk of wrongdoing that you make in the municipal environment, and I'm sorry, I'm talking about the municipality now, will potentially attract the possibility of you losing your license as a professional, and by implication, we would have then entered the domain of consequences management and application. But we also want consequences management, even though it's necessary in abetting wrongdoing. We also want it to have a dual meaning. We also want it to have a meaning that those professionals that are holding the flag high and doing good work must also be showcased, must also be acknowledged, so that the consequences for wrongdoing are in equal measure of sanction and reward on both sides of the spectrum. Because if we do not celebrate and uplift those that are doing good, the professionals are never going to know the definition of good work and exemplar, and they need to see it through their peers in the profession, they need to see it through their fellow colleagues in the municipality, just by way of trying to break it down as an idea and putting it to practice. Oh, sorry.
Thanks. Cameron?
Thank you. You know, I've often been told that I'm a bit of a maverick. I hold a slightly nuanced view. So I'm not entirely certain, to be quite honest, and whether, well, let me put it differently. I don't think that professional bodies are going to be the panacea to our problems. And I think that the mistake that a lot of us have been making around the professionalization framework is that somehow, if we organize different sectors such as SEM or HR into professional bodies with norms and standards, then suddenly we're all just A4OK. I completely disagree with that. And I think it's going to be a hell of a mistake that we make if we go down that road. I think having standardized norms and standards, that is absolutely good. And we need to get together and we need to align across the public sector. And I think we need to be important, it needs to be important about this across the public sector. Not local government doing what it's going to do and provincial government and national government doing what it's going to do. Because what we have seen in the public sector throughout, something happens at one sphere of government. And we talk about consequence management, and I don't particularly like that word either. If we want to be honest about professionalization framework and professionalization, we need to start to speak about discipline and not have politically palatable concepts such as consequence management. Let's talk it the way it is as Anthony Turton speaks about it. But I think that the problem within the public sector as well is that if something happens to you at the provincial or public service, you'll find your way down at local government level because the connection is not there. Right? So we can block you and PERSAL in the public service, but then you find that you get a job at the local government level. So there must be consistency throughout, right? And there must be a standardization of norm and standards. But I said at the earlier on, we need to, within the public sector as a whole, there's a public value system, a public administration value system that exists in Section 185 of our Constitution. It's peremptory. We must all adhere to it as public sector officials. And somehow we appear to be moving away from that. Let's go to professional bodies, let's do norms and standards. Why don't we hold people accountable in terms of the peremptory value system within our Constitution itself? If you don't adhere to it, you need to get out of the public sector. Being part of a professional body is not going to make you a public servant. It's not going to give you being a public servant is a calling. And I think that is the essence that we need to get right. I fully agree with professional bodies and having professional bodies. But if it's we see it as a panacea, I think it's going to be a problem.
Thank you very much. I also saw on LinkedIn that you work with the Human Rights Commission. Yes, I think that's coming through now. So Thank you for those insights. That brings the balance to our conversations. We did receive more questions online, but we won't be able to host them. What I often thought about, if I can use that example, ESCOM, that we know what's happening there, and we also know that there should be, or I suspect, accountants involved in setting up transactions as they shouldn't, but we would need to know that information as professional bodies. So what SARS is doing, they're quite involved with professional bodies that's registered with them as recognized controlling bodies. They actually send, I don't know if it's monthly, it's quarterly, they send an analysis. They don't give details, obviously, of personal details and taxes outstanding, or there's nothing like that, but they give us like an aggregate report. Then they say, we know you have got so many RCBs, tax practitioners registered with CIBA, and we know that combined all of them owe so much taxes, and these are the activities happening, enforcement actions and things that they share with us on a list. Now that has a few effects on us as a body. Obviously, we don't want a negative report from SARS, so we then adjust our CPDs. It informs us on how to do that. And then we do circulars to members and say, listen, we know this is happening, and we could then do practice visits specifically on those areas. But we don't know who the individuals are, obviously for obvious reasons, but it changes our behavior, which is a wonderful response from SARS. And then at the next meeting, SARS holds us to account. They would then say, but look, there was no improvements here. And I suspect if it carries on 3 or 4 times, then we're going to have trouble as an RCB. So that is a nice coordinating factor. And the last one is peer review. Peer pressure. I think that's an underestimated. You mentioned a lot of things within the Act that you can discipline people. Professional bodies can look at ethics, but just peer pressure, not being seen to be different from your peers or be shown out that you've done certain things. That is such a, well, you would all know in psychology, we all wear similar clothing, and you guys are all sitting in the right way because none of you want to stand out from the other guy, and that's peer pressure. So you can utilize that also to professionalize the whole sector. So there's lots that we can do together. It's nice to see this coordinated activity and action, and it's wonderful to see a responsive public sector. I think it's, like you said, a step in the right direction. So let's then break now for, I just want to thank all of you for participating. We are really very grateful. And it's 11:30, we're a little bit behind schedule. If I can ask everybody that we be here back in 10 minutes, that will be 11:40. And then we'll start with our second speaker. Second session. Thanks, everybody. as government at the different levels. So it's an amazing job that she's doing. She had a stint at CIBA before she started, then at IFAC, which is the International Federation of Accountants, and then been deployed to PAFA. And I must say we've seen some dramatic improvements and changes in how PAFA operates, and we have high regard for PAFA and the work that they're doing and presenting Africa's case globally, but then also within local economies. Thank you very much, PAFA, for joining us.
Thank you so much, Nicholas. Hi, everyone. Like all the previous speakers, I'm standing on all protocols, and I want to make sure that I stay within my time. And yeah, I'm really grateful to be here. In the room, we have a few people, but I know that we have many people online. And for me today, I want to take you on a journey beyond the borders of South Africa. So we heard really interesting insights this morning. What is happening in South Africa? What are the needs in South Africa? What are the plans, etc. But I want to tell you a little bit more about what's happening outside South Africa. And that, I'm hoping, will make you understand that even though a lot of issues have been raised this morning, you are already in a much better position than some of your fellow countries. But to start off, oh, let me just find myself. Am I going the wrong way? I think so. Okay, let's do this. Maybe I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, there you go. Thank you so much. Apologies for that. I want to spend 2 minutes to tell you about the Pan-African Federation of Accountants, or PAFA. As Nicholas said, we have 56 member organizations in 45 countries in Africa, and of course CIBA is one of our member organizations here in South Africa. Our vision is sustainable value creation for the citizens of Africa, and we do that through building the capacity and strengthening the influence of the accountancy profession in Africa, on the continent, and globally. And you know, Nicholas, you spoke earlier today about adoption of standards. So of course, from a PAFA perspective, I have to say we do support the adoption and implementation of the international standards. However, I want to come back to the word influence in the mission. We don't just adopt blindly. So within PAFA, we are establishing mechanisms across the continent that will equip us and is already equipping us to provide valuable input in the development of standards so that Africa's voice is recognized before it comes to us for adoption. And organizations like CIBA play a key role in achieving this. So we have our strategic objectives, and they have, of course, some economic and societal benefits. And of course, I will just highlight the last one on the right to the page, is to enhance transparency, accountability, and governance in the public sector. And we heard a lot about that this morning. When we look at these economic and societal benefits to be derived from our strategic objectives, they do contribute to the 7 aspirations of the Africa Union Agenda 2063, as well as the United Nations Development Goals. And another day, maybe we have more time to explore that. But you might wonder, as a small organization of 9 people, 56 bodies, 45 countries, really big mandate, how do we do it? Well, we do it through partnerships. So we harness partnerships to achieve our strategic objectives. And today I want to share with you only one such partnership, which is called the African Professionalisation Initiative. So we spoke a lot about professionalization today. And this is a partnership between PAFA, the Auditors General on the continent, represented by CREFIAF, which is the French-speaking countries, and AfroCIE for the English-speaking countries. Also, the newly established AAAG, which is the African Association of Accountants General, and many of you might be familiar with the old ESAC, which has now moved into AAAG. So what is the need? What is it that we are trying to address on the continent? And I'm merely repeating in a summarized way what we have already heard this morning. First, it is really important that we maximize service delivery, because if we have better use of our resources, we have better services, we will have more happy citizens, we might have better trust in governments, right? And the public sector accountant can play a key role in addressing this need. So on the screen, we've highlighted a few of these roles. It can balance regulation and policy with political objectives. We spoke about that this morning. It can make and support sound and informed decision-making through quality financial reporting. It can ensure economic growth without burdening future generations with public debt. So I'm now talking about an accountancy profession very active in the public sector. It can act as guardians against corruption, illicit flows, financial flows, and exploitation of resources. It can enhance accountability, and it can really make much better use of foreign investment and also foreign aid. So that's the need, right? That's why we need a professionalized public sector, so that we have an accountancy profession that can play that role. But what is the gap? The gap is that there are not enough professional accountants in the public sector, here in South Africa and across the continent. And I'm not only talking about the highest level of qualified professional accountant. Actually, I believe for the public sector in Africa, the triangle has to be like this, meaning at the top, maybe you have your chartered accountants, certified public accountants, but you have many more foundational and intermediary level accountants who are supporting those in the leading roles. What we also find is that where we do have professional accountants in the public sector, they are not trained for the public sector, right? So I'm a chartered accountant in South Africa, and I cannot think that, although it feels like it was about 100 years ago, but I cannot think that I was taught one thing about the public sector, right? But I can work in the public sector with a very much private sector mindset, and that's what we want to overcome. So what is the result? We have public sector accountants at all levels who are often ill-equipped to fulfill the needs and the expectations and the requirements that accompany the position, and think back to the roles that I have mentioned earlier. So what is the goal? And the slides moved a little bit, or the font, so, but let's go with it. What is the goal of the African Professionalization Initiative? The goal is a continental solution harnessing economies of scale. And this continental solution is benchmarked internationally. It's of high quality, it is accessible, and it is affordable, right? So really important, accessible. It's an online learning system. It can be accessed anytime, anywhere. And it is affordable for a program, for an incumbent. It could be maybe the highest could be 250 USD, right? Not higher than that, depending on the body offering it. So why are we doing it? What is our objective? It is to strengthen public sector accountancy capacity and capability. And we already spoke about the fact that that advances good governance, transparency, and accountability in the public sector. Why? Because that gives rise to enhanced use of public resources, enhanced public services, and as I already said, increased trust in government. And ultimately, we are all working towards Agenda 2063 and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So how are we doing this? What is this African Professionalization Initiative? Firstly, we are coordinating efforts to professionalize the public sector, continentally and nationally. And of course, Nicholas, this morning there was a lot spoken about not being connected in all the efforts. To define the minimum requirements for accountancy qualifications that address public sector needs, we are investing in generic curricula and learning materials, However, recognizing that we are not the same. I was kind of smiling secretly when Nicholas was talking about China and America and South Africa and etc. And I think, yes, we have a lot to learn from each other, but in the end, each country is really unique. And for us to have kind of to have it work, we have to have national ownership, and therefore we have to be able to understand what is happening at the national level and address those issues. So the API provides for country level guidance and implementation. And then we assist those who are adopting the African Professionalisation Initiative to advocate for the role of the accountancy profession in the public sector. What was really heartwarming to me today was hearing all the previous speakers recognizing the accountancy profession, recognizing the professional accountancy organizations in South Africa. Do you know that that's unique? And it's not just unique on the continent, it's quite unique in the world. Not very many countries have the relationship between the accountancy profession and the public sector than what we see here in South Africa. So you have really a lot of good material to work with. And then also we work with countries to mobilize funding to enable implementation. Now, what is this that I'm talking about? Within the African Professionalisation Initiative, there are 3 programs. The first program is to say we have incumbents. They have a lot of experience, but they might not have a certification or a professional qualification, right? So how can we move these incumbents in that direction? The other program, the second program, recognizes what I've said earlier. I've been trained in the private sector, but now I really want to move to the public sector. So it helps me bridge that gap in my knowledge. And the third one is really focus on training people right from student up for the public sector. And when Cameron was here, for me, it was so heartwarming to hear him speak. Because if you have your Public Service Commission believing in the profession and believing in the certifications and the qualifications of the profession, that's when you start building a public sector accountancy profession. In my mind, I don't like to distinguish between a private and a public sector profession, but actually at the moment the profession is quite private sector. So for that reason, if you have a Public Service Commission on your side, you will find that students will choose to be in the public sector and to serve there. And if we think about the millennials and the Gen Z, etc., Gen X, these are people who want to make a difference, right? To whom the public sector might become quite attractive in the future, should they be able to have a professional career in the public sector. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the quality and the credibility of the programs. It is set under independent oversight with academic expertise. It draws on international and continental standards in education. It is supported by a competency framework, a curriculum and learning materials, which then gets supplemented for country implementation. And in the country, for us, it is really important that everybody engages, from the regulators to the professional accountancy organization, to the National Qualifications Authority, to the national accountancy schools represented here earlier this morning, similar to Regenesis here, that all our academic and tuition providers are engaged as well. So what happens at the country level? So at the country level, you have your country level resources that supplements the generic resources. But very important, the vision, but I want to let you know that we're quite flexible, because I have been in audiences where we spoke about this vision where it caused a little bit of upset, right? The vision of the API is that it's a pathway to a professional qualification, that it puts you within a professional accountancy organization. I agree with Cameron this morning. It's not a panacea. The professional accountancy organizations are not going to give you the solution. However, if they are effective, if you are a member of a professional accountancy organization, you'll be under a code of ethics, which means you'll be disciplined, right? If you do wrong. You'll be required to do CPD. So for me, yes, it's not a panacea, but it is essential that people who are qualified through the African Professionalisation Initiative programs ultimately have a home in a professional accountancy organization. So then there's a little bit more on the slide about how we address public sector competencies at the national level. I'm going to stop with this slide. You know, you asked the question about should the bodies work together. I already told Nicholas, I don't answer any questions like that, right? Because not looking at the national level, looking at the continental level. But what did come to mind, Nicholas, was this saying about if you go alone, you'll go fast. But if you go together, you'll go far. So that kind of came in my mind when you asked the question. But for us at the API, that's also true. Because the biggest success factor for the API is that all key stakeholders must be involved. You must have the pressure from civil society. You must have the political leadership buying in. It's kind of a supply and demand. You must have the Accountant General demanding it, the Auditor General demanding it, the regulators and the PAO facilitating it, providing the supply together with the academia. And you have to have the Public Service or Civil Service Commission creating that accountancy career path within the public sector. And you know, I put there, I always say, need is not the same as demand. So I started off explaining to you what API is seeing as the need. But unless everybody in this circle buys in, we won't have the demand. So let's not confuse need and demand. Where are we? Burkina Faso, very excited, translated into French, contextualized for the French environment. We have a roadmap to implement the first API program. Then there are several countries like Botswana, Liberia, the Gambia, and Zimbabwe who have entered into an agreement. And the agreement is a really long process because that circle that I just showed you, everybody has to buy in before the agreement moves forward. And then we are working with Eswatini and Lesotho on their agreement. Thank you so much for the privilege of your time.
All right. So thank you very much, Alta. Thank you also for those positive comments about if your public sector is available to support and recognizes the bodies, then that means a lot. And also for that information, well-traveled and being a globetrotter, it's always you have this view of the world and you can compare and see. So yeah, that's quite an optimistic statement that we must take to heart and be thankful for. Thank you. Yeah, and also the role that PAFA plays in coordinating activities. Like we said, that's how you get your country to win or your continent. So hopefully we're going to make, I know Alta needs to leave earlier. We still want a panel, but we'll keep the questions for them. Yeah, if you have to leave earlier, that's fine. Now, I'm going to move over to, just want to see if it's me now or Ronald. So now it's me. I'm going to be speaker 2. So can I ask, can I just see if my slides are here? Okay, now I'm pressing down. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. All right, so quite a long, convoluted headline there. So I just want to get to, oh yeah, so I was asked to present about a topic related to the professionalization, and we've heard now a lot about from the other presenters how this started. I took you back to the 1600, and then we ended up in 94, and now we're here with the new Public Service Amendment Act. And you've heard from the other presenters from National School of Government, and the other pieces of legislation that has to change. And that's now a thing about government. If you want to be a democracy, a constitutional republic, you have to be a nation governed by laws. And those laws then set the criteria and by which government agencies should act. And they're very important because these agencies are powerful. They affect our daily lives in what they do, so they have to be kept accountable and have a clear mandate in what they should be doing. And yeah, then we heard about all the other efforts, and it's wonderful to have had all the other parties involved. But once we decide now, and we want to professionalize, re-looking at HR, re-looking at professional membership of bodies, strengthening some of those underlying regulations, realigning who can appoint the employees within a public entity, and then requiring them to have qualifications. It all does seem that it should have happened like back in 1994. Why wasn't this a requirement? And I was thinking that why didn't we do it correctly back in 94? But okay, hindsight is because it looks so obvious that you should have this strong element. So there's still some introspection to do, I think, so that we truly understand why didn't we get it right in 94, so we don't do the same mistake now. And it might be one of many things, and maybe Regenesis, I think there's a thesis for somebody to do in change management in identifying what is the key thing that made us miss the mark in 94, and now sitting with this huge debt burden. But now once we decide to do this, to adopt new standards, we heard that we're going to re-look at the Public Finance Management Act. What should the approach be? And hence my presentation, the pitfalls of complexity, because there can be an overreaction. You can decide that the damage is so big and we are under such a big threat, we now need to come down hard and control. So that is then the focus. Would that be the right approach? So a while back I did some, I'm quite active on LinkedIn. You get a lot of feedback, and I'm just going to share that with you as the basis of my presentation. So I've asked this question on LinkedIn, and this came about through a while back National Treasury issued an exemption for Eskom. I don't know whether the audience and you guys will remember, Eskom is under real strain, and they have to be now creative and innovative in how they manage themselves out of this huge, huge debt burden that can sink the country if it's not repaid properly, or if the electricity plants don't work as they should. So they're looking for some alleviation, and they asked National Treasury for an exemption to the PFMA. And the intention was, if they could not disclose the certain types of transgressions within the financial statements, but rather keep it as a note to the financials or outside of the financials, still disclose it in the reports, but not as part of the financials, then they would have a better presentation to potential investors. So I don't know the exact detail and what they were trying to do, but let's assume with that exemption, they could have managed to pay, let's say, 0.5% less interest, because then there's a 0.5% less of a risk, which is represented in the interest rate. Now that equates to a lot of billions saved, which we need. So, and I relate this back to my experience in India, where, and I did some research on it, is it really so that if you adopt international standards, as the World Bank or whoever presents it to you, does that mean you get more investment? And the jury is out on that. There's research that says yes, if you follow international standards, and because that is what South Africa adopted back in '94. We a new democracy. We want to take the best in the world, but if you can't implement them, you're setting yourself up for failure. So if you can't do it, then adjust the thing. Because if you can't do it, then that might be the end result is just as bad as if you do nothing. So there has to be a balance. It has to be an adult conversation that you look onto this with your. We all heard the previous presenters say that we don't have skills. So if you don't have the skills, why do we adopt those standards that nobody can apply? It's a practical question. It's not saying that we shouldn't have skills. That's obviously not what I'm saying. But I'm saying that the smart people in the room, which must be these officials and the professional bodies and the universities, must look at these things and say, listen, let's tweak it in the following way. There's a cost-benefit analysis. We're comfortable with the risk. but we do not have the skills to implement it. So it doesn't help you want to say you want to build a Lamborghini plant in Roslyn where we build Fords and Nissans and stuff, or in Silverton. The plant cannot do a Lamborghini. So it's no use doing that. And then slowly you build yourself out of that. So that is an element, and that is the presentation. So following that example, what then happened on the ESCOM application, there was such a resistance. So National Treasury have the power to exempt ESCOM from certain reporting requirements in terms of the PFMA, which would have benefited all of us. But there was such a reaction that they had to repeal that. Now, who was the people that reacted to that? It must be technocrats, I assume. I don't know them personally. It must be people that believe in strict governance, because that's the only way that you can. That might be so, but what was the effect? Each one of us now has to pay more taxes because we listened to the Minister of Finance saying that he won't increase the tax rate, but he didn't adjust for inflation. So all of us in South Africa is now paying more taxes. Why? A small percentage, I don't want to overblow the case, is due to that exemption that wasn't given to ESCOM. So now I personally have to suffer because we weren't creative enough and flexible enough in how we applied the standard. So I did the research on LinkedIn following this, I won't call it a hypothesis, it's an assumption, and I'm moving to a theory, so then you start doing a little bit of research. So the question is, excessive governance is costing ESCOM 156 billion. I'll get to that, why that now. Lack of governance in VBS caused a loss of 2 billion. So you can see, why did I use this ESCOM example? There was a report that just came out, it's on the next slide, it's this one. You guys won't see it, but the National Treasury appointed a panel of experts from overseas to come and look at ESCOM and identify what went wrong there. One of many reports, but this one then said, I then immediately, when I got hold of the thing, read it through, and I thought it's going to be corruption and all over again. But it wasn't. It was, one, centralized governance, two, run by committee. So there's so many committees apparently in ESCOM, nobody can make a decision. And then not giving authority to plant managers for their own decisions or running their own budgets, so that they can't order, so they can see the plant is going to break down or a unit within the plant, but they can't order a fix because it has to go through a committee and then it has to go up, and that takes 2, 3, 5 months, in which time you run the plant until it can't run anymore. And then we sit with another stage in load shedding. So you can see governance affects us directly at home at another stage because it's too heavy. And then they calculated the losses that ESCOM have suffered. And then one last thing, they outsourced everything. So much so that the internal ESCOM people didn't even know more how the stuff worked because it was with outsourced partners. So the simplistic argument, but I think there's some value to it. Excessive governance, in my estimation, cost ESCOM 156 billion per annum. But then on the flip side, no governance, like in VBS, that's the VBS bank that they would run it like a little piggy bank of their own, took municipal funds and as deposits and then started spending them or giving out loans that they shouldn't. There's also a cost. So then I asked the audience which scenario is more likely to result in adverse outcomes. Too much governance, 41% of let's assume it's now all working class professional people on LinkedIn answering. So it has some weight. And then too little governance is the 60%. So there's an argument to be made to protect against too much governance. I spoke about this. Now moving on to another topic that exacerbates the difficulty that we are in as a country, and also we can appreciate the difficult situation each of these 3 individuals in the previous session are in. Not only do they have to revamp the whole public sector, get 1.2 million people motivated, dedicated, accountable, responsible, and committed. Now that alone is a difficult task, but you have to do so in an environment that is constantly changing. This was a post from Elon Musk. I'm just going to illustrate it for the audience that can't see this image. So Elon is saying artificial intelligence will run out of electricity and transformers in 2025. So those of you that follow AI, it's nice to use. I use ChatGPT a lot and Copilot. But I've read somewhere, I don't want to remember it, but each time you ask Chat a question, it uses like a 500 milliliter bottle of water, the equivalent of that. Because the service and the systems that run the thing uses tremendous amounts of water. So it's not a free question. So you might think that we're going sustainable by working from home and start working online, but then the technology that we use, a tremendous amount of water are used by that thing. That's one problem. The second thing is it needs electricity. It eats electricity. Yes, these people that mine Bitcoin, they buy old power plants in Russia just to Bitcoin mining. And then to run these AI servers and things needs tremendous amounts of electricity. And as the technology advances and make our lives easier, now Elon Musk is saying that it will run out of electricity soon. Now, the reason I'm saying that is our government officials have to work in an environment with ESCOM, where we have these competing decisions to make. And that is between our coal-fired power plants, the solar, and going solar and renewable. But all the while, you are already losing electricity by new technologies coming on board. And when you make new changes to the PFMA and the Public Service Commission, how do you empower your officials to respond quickly to changes within their environment? Another such example is a bit tongue-in-cheek. There was a research that was done on if the whole of the US were to change to solar panels, what effect will that have on the environment? So there is a standard that has been issued in our arena of accounting, that issued by the ISSB to do sustainable and climate reporting, which is important, and we have to get our financial statements to reflect more our impact on our environment. There's no question about that. But when it comes to drafting those standards, when it was initiated, the only thing we knew about was CO2. And we understood the effect that CO2 has on the environment and causing climate to change in different ways. And then it led to a Paris Agreement, I think maybe the late 80s. And then eventually it leads to a standard that must be issued. And that standard, like a government policy, influenced then activity and decisions. But what if the technology or our knowledge changes? Because those standards currently, especially the climate ones, focus on the single aspect, and that is companies reducing their CO2 levels. But what is the effect of the solar panels? So if we were to change all our coal-fired power plants and replace them with fields and fields, because the amount of fields that you would need, or land area, would be the size of Lesotho, or even bigger. And that's the volume of stuff you would need to fully replace. And you can imagine fields and fields and fields of these solar panels. Now, if you can now calculate the heat that they'll attract, and the heat that they affect on the surrounding areas, and the heat then that they reflect into our atmosphere, which then causes such a big increase again in heat. So when you require companies to report on them, if you follow a standard that's very prescriptive and you can't exempt yourself from it, then you're kind of stuck. You can only report on the CO2 effect. You cannot report on what will be the effect of the replacement technology. And hence the argument that if we do new PFMA policies and things, that we do it with a very rational mindset. So following international standards is good, but how does it apply in your country? And like Alta has said, there's two ways to adjust them. And that would be either try and influence the development of the standard to present a more flexible approach. And the other way would be not to adopt them fully, but to converge with them and give yourself exemptions like China and India is doing. So when we develop policies, be careful about how you approach them. For our government officials, I know that we are members of the various international standards setting boards. In our world, the IASB and the ISSB, but we're not really a funder of those organizations. When you look at the amount of money that China and US and Europe is pouring into the IASB, is tremendous amounts of funding. Now, obviously, you would then expect them to have the better version of the standard for their economies. So when you are a government official or a state, you must know that you are in competition with other states and that you have to use the funding, you have to allocate funding so that your country can influence those standards. If you're not going to exempt yourself from some of them, then you better fund technocrats to be there on those committees to amend those standards. And that you get the outcome that you want. We have in South Africa a Financial Standards Council, and that council sets adopts, they recommend IFRS for the minister to adopt in the financial statements. But I once asked them, what is your mandate when you go to the international standard setters? And this goes to show on the lack of coordination. So the question is, as a South African official or a South African standard setter with the FRSC, when you go to the IASB and you sit on that committee, what is your mandate? So I asked them, they said, no, there's no mandate. The person that they send is a technical expert and he does technical things. But that's not true. You're representing your country, so you better get a mandate from the minister saying, listen, this is how I want the standards outcome to be. It is not for the technocrat to sit there and make the standards better in a technical sense. Because your technical approach cannot be separate from your economic policy in your country. And when we are looking at, I'm speaking about the IASB and IASB standards, but the similar fact applies to with how we run our public sector standards. If the UN and the World Bank comes and funds and presents standards, I have the same issue with the FATF. There's very valid reasons to say that why is FATF then so harshly looking at Africa, because there's more African states on the grey list than other countries, but the corruption is much more in some of the Western countries. What is Africa missing here? And that is having an activist approach to setting of standards. So as a government, we need to have funding to fund the technocrats to present our economic policy, including at institutions like the FATF. Otherwise, you get a very harsh approach to even how they regulate non-profit organizations. There's very big research on how negatively the FATF things are affecting the NPOs, but the lack of funding is a big problem. This slide, again, you can't see it, but this was from the Minister of Mines and Energy of Namibia, representing what I believe is a similar view to what I hold presenting here to you. So this is the Minister of Mines in Namibia saying, delegates at COP28 say fossil fuels are dead, but for Namibia, Africa as a whole, they're our lifeline. So there is a standard adopted by the international community that we could then just adopt as is, but the minister is saying, wait a minute, how does this affect my economic policy? And the same should apply to our how we run the public sector standards, the PFMAs and all those. So I was also asked to speak a little bit about ethics, and I'll get there. This should have been my last slide, so I'm just going to skip down to this slide. There was an article by Dirk de Vos speaking about the PFMA. It was published in 2018. We can share with the audience, but online you will see it, you can Google it. And the article was, again, on the PFMA, and we heard that there's a revision of it now. And he's saying, but it's too complex to apply. He's much more the expert than I am. He's saying the Country's Finance Management Act appears to tie government and public servants that want to comply with the rules in endless red tape. But as we see, the corrupt seem undeterred by them, as the series of Auditor General annual reports show us every year. So we have the highest standards, but also the highest corruption. So maybe the two are linked. Is there not a causal link? And I'm asking the Genesis again for a study on this. This is where the universities should play an important role. The more you try and clamp down on something, maybe the more opportunity you create for it. It might not, it's not the opposite. What is the leading indicator? What is causing the thing? We saw the same with Enron back in the day when they was the biggest scandal before Steinhoff overtook them, where they had the highest corporate governance standards, but then also the highest levels of fraud, financial fraud. So that started making me to think, but if you have too much regulation, then you actually enable corruption. which is the same argument to say if you have too little, you also enable it. So the point is you have to contextual specific requirements that address the specific risk that you face. Why do you need the whole Kahoot? If there's a single problem in this area, then you focus to fix that problem. Otherwise, you tie everything that's working down because you overreact, which is a real thing. Moving on to ethics, and I hope I'm sure I'm not keeping to my time, but I've read in preparing for this presentation, I was thinking about all the other ethics presentations I ever attended, and usually they get very, very boring and I lose interest. Or the presenter kind of tries to, and it's a difficult concept to explain. That's a fact. So I went back and I did some research on Aristotle, being the kind of the father of the ethical framework. You can't believe it. Took many, many years back. He already got it. And then just going to leave you with this, which I then think should be the bedrock of ethics. It's Herman Singh is a very famous lecturer and operational management consultant. His view on ethics is kindness, humor, integrity, and competence. That should be our guiding light when it comes to ethics. And all of them together. Competence, yes, we all agree you should appoint competent people, and you should, integrity, you should be able to keep them to account. That's what we do. No. Qualifications, experience, honesty. But he adds two of them. He adds humor and he adds kindness. And we shouldn't forget those when we do regulations and policies. Because we are making policies within a living environment. We're all humans, and as humans we are full of faults and mistakes, and our systems do not operate as we think they will. And to make sense of all of it and not to be overbearing, you have to add kindness and you have to add humor. And that is to give a balanced approach and not be a over-empowering police state where you just want to enforce things. Then lastly, I had a slide here that again the audience will see. It talks about ethics. It's a slide that I found again on or information I found on LinkedIn, and this goes to show when we talk about ethics, and what I find very ironic and very intriguing simultaneously. I'm a bit of I love accounting history, so I wrote an article about the history of the accounting profession and how we got here in South Africa, and I once then thought, how did accounting work in the Soviet Union? Because that might have been a different type of accounting. No, if you don't have private property and capitalism, what is your accounting? That's a thought. Then, especially if I listen to the EFF, they want to nationalize everything, what happens to accountants? So these things trigger me. And then I found a research paper about, and we're talking about ethics, a research paper about slavery in the colonies. And then there's quite a few interesting research papers on how the professional bodies assisted the colonial governments in accounting for slaves, and how then people were then viewed as inventory. They were actually, that was the debit and the credit. So, but they did it like that whilst having codes of conduct. So the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales, they were assisting, obviously they're part of the imperial world, 2/3 of the world governed by the UK, and they have to account for these slaves. Now the UK did abolish slavery. They were the first country to do so, and they eventually used all their military might to abolish it globally, which is a good thing that they did. But before they got to that point, they had to account for slavery, which the professional body, then following a code of ethics, did very well. And that then brings into play it's not ethics that saves you, because ethics can be done in an evil way. Ethics can be done in a good way. Accounting is not accounting that saves you. The mafia also has accountants doing proper accounting. So there's something different. There's something in addition that we can easily miss. And that is then, speaking about ethics, there's how do we apply it, and how do we know that, because the guy's doing accounting in the colonial world, he wasn't thinking he's doing anything wrong. Now, if I say, but if I were him or her, I would have done the same when I lived there. And that's a very important principle as humans, that we can't look back in history and then over-criticize those guys, because if we lived there, we would have done the same. Then the question is, if I'm standing here now, how do I know I'm doing the right ethical thing now? I might be thinking I'm doing it, but how do I know still? And then a few generations later, might look back and say, why did these guys do this? How do you solve that? And I think how you solve it is going higher up in consciousness and then elevating yourself higher up into the levels of thinking, and then look just a bit broader. So you have to see the wood for the trees. Now, you can't see the wood for the trees, but we should be trying to do that, which means lifting yourself up higher up in thinking levels. And then when you look at standards and you're looking at from a higher perspective, there won't be a knee-jerk reaction because of ESCOM or VBS. You'll go higher up and you'll see, but we're doing this thing for the long term, and this is the process that we're following. So you'll have a much broader perspective, because that should be our goals as a long-term view, long-term sustainability. And that then concludes my presentation. Thank you. So now I'm moving on to the next presenter, and that is Ron Botha from Regenesis, looking very much forward, our partner in this event. And I've heard so many things that there's such a big need for Regenesis in transforming our public sector. So looking forward to your presentation. Thanks, Ron.
Thank you, Niklas. Yeah, I think, you know, it's quite a privilege to share a platform with all the speakers that's gone before me today. It's like, you know, standing on the shoulder of giants, you know, that old expression. And you can just hear the experience, you know, of everybody that spoke today. So before I go into looking at the future of the professional accounting education, I just want to touch on professionalization and the way we do it or treat it at Regenesis at this point in time. So in the Ronnie this morning, just briefly referred to our intelligences that we promote at Regenesis, being emotional and spiritual intelligence and, you know, physical intelligence and so on. So it just takes me back as an academic to say that, you know what, professionalization starts with thinking. And that is what we need to get right from the start. And as an academic institution, we will fail our partners if that is not a primary focus of what we are doing. So in our approach to academic courses, etc., it is very important for us that, you know, we instill our graduate attributes in our students. So when you leave Regenesis, you will have that holistic perspective. And that is something that, regardless of what you've learned technically, it is something that you take with you. So as part of our graduate attributes that we basically embedded in all our courses is, so when you start a module with Regenesis, you will find that this is the first area where you are being confronted. It's about a graduate attribute of professionalism as well as integrity. And these are very, very important things. So, so from our side as academics, we not only take this very seriously, we also implement it in whatever we do. So it's pervasive in everything that we do and teach. Okay, so going into my presentation. Now this is a a bit of a controversial topic, accounting education, where we are going. But the important part here is, and I would fail my job as directing the School of Finance if I don't permanently in my mind ask myself the question, where are we going, or where should we be going? And to answer that question, we have to look at various factors. So what I am presenting today is not the silver bullet as to, what the future looks like. It is actually just starting a debate on the future of accounting education. So I'm going to quote, IFAC here. All right, so saying the world is changing fast, and so are the role of accounting professionals. Now listen to the next statement. The nature of work performed by professional accountants, so the nature of the work, and the nature of their contribution to organizations, two things, are rapidly evolving in response to significant business trends. So there are various, let's call it, developments that has surfaced, stuff that were not around a couple of years ago. So, for example, the whole view of a new economy, looking at the sustainable circular economy. How will we as accountants, or how will we prepare our accounting students to be able to cope with this in industry? So looking at a futuristic viewpoint in just in general in business, it's about an increasing reliance on digital tools and technology in every aspect of our lives. We have stuff now that have not been around 20 years ago, or 10 years ago, or 5 years ago, or even last year. And secondly, the impact of our behavior on planetary health. This is a big, big item. So I read that if we continue to use up our natural resources the way we are doing, we will need 3 planet Earths by 2060. All right? So we can't continue this way. Then, thirdly, a need for a deeper understanding of ourselves, our capacities, and our support networks. We are moving away from a, let's call it, an I generation to a us, to a we. We can no longer be sustainable having a self-centered view of business and of life. So, areas of concern for accountants. And this really sort of sets the platform for the future. Firstly, it's the increased government regulations. So, for example, let's look at carbon tax. All of a sudden, it is there. It's an area that you need to deal with. The image and the reputation of the accounting industry. You know, it's not as glossy as it used to be. And it's something we have to reinstate. Competition from other academic fields. So we live in a time where you need multidisciplinary skills, whether you're an accountant or whether you are an engineer or an HR practitioner. So this really means that, you know, where we had those barriers or those silos where you looked at the profession, we're no longer there, okay? There are areas of activity or areas of contribution that if you don't claim it as a professional accountant, some other profession's going to claim it. All right, and obviously just touching on that, is the profession losing status and autonomy? And also something that's also found worldwide is that accountants, especially in audit firms like the Big Four, find themselves in a position that they are the lowest paid people in that organization. And that makes people think, you know, am I in the right career? So these are serious things and they are out there. So, so what do we need? We need forward-thinking organizations. We have technical developments, technological developments that the accountant needs to deal with. Cloud-based computing, data analytics, robotics, social media, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, blockchain. I can stand here the whole morning and just naming stuff that is part of the accountant's challenge. All right, so stuff like machine learning, laws and regulations. We have so many laws and regulations. If we look at our tax education, for example, when I studied tax, I think we had one law and it was, you know, we had that little silk book and there was not much in it. Now, your tax syllabus consists of various laws and that you need to understand and integrate in what you are doing. All right, so why is education important? Education is a powerful tool to create change within the profession. Guys, if we can get the students at first, second, third year level to understand that change is upon them, it's going to be much easier for employers to deal with them. Education will also significantly shape the mindset of what it means to be an accountant today and to be an accountant in the future. And also to provide the skills and competencies to ensure that professional accountants continue to evolve as strategic advisors and decision makers. So the first person I ever met from a professional accounting body that referred to accountants as strategic advisors was Nicholas. So, and that really got me thinking, and I was thinking, you know, this guy is supposed to, because you know, I've got this typical profile of what an accounting body should look like. And this guy was just thinking and, you know, so much further than just, you know, just being an accountant. So this is really part of what we are doing. And if we look at the education frameworks out there that's been developed recently, there's a lot of focus on the strategic element that needs to be part of your accounting equipment. All right. So just quickly, accountants cannot survive in the future as a support or the back office function. So the one person compared it to the dentist. He says, yo, so in the old days, the dentist was a guy that was filling teeth, right? That was his main job. Now, if you go to a dentist, you find a totally different setup. It's very smart and you know, there's a lot of other stuff that gets done by dentistry that was unimaginable a couple of years ago. And dentists are really making good money. Okay, accountants are under pressure to be partners in business strategy and operations. Accountants are no longer seen as that person that calculates stuff and sits in the corner and don't talk to anybody. So the profile of the accountant has evolved as well. Let's just talk about assets. So 20 years ago, the accountant was the custodian of the cars, the furniture, the equipment that was in a company. Nowadays, it's all about information. Those other things are not worth much. So the accountant is there to provide that critical information and better decision making. And also, included in that, it's about managing uncertainty. Business owners want to know from accountants not only what has happened, that's a very short discussion, but rather what is going to happen going forward. So the accountant must have a futurist view of what's going on. So the accountant's role, Nicholas, and I support that, having come from you, is no longer a corporate number cruncher, but a strategic storyteller. So that is the shift that is required in the accounting environment. So basically, the next slide, you can't see the next slide, but it's just imagine a fish bone, right? And you've got those, that sort of fishbone diagram. So in the middle, you've got your professional accounting ecosystem. And then you have what we call the demand side and the supply side in the ecosystem. Why do I talk about this? This is about collaboration. This is about, you cannot look at accounting education in isolation. The problem is, if I, as educator, I have a very set opinion about where accounting is going, right? And you know, and the problem with that is, yes, it's a good idea, but there probably will be gaps in my thinking. So I cannot put accountants out in practice, having followed my dogmatic approach, right? I've got to put accountants out there that can make a living, that can make a difference, that can add value to the environment. And when we talk value, we're talking value creation, we talk value preservation, and value adding. So we have those two sides. So on the demand side, and this is a very basic model, we have our employers, the public sector, and the professional accounting bodies. And hence our partnership with these role players it's so important, because we have to understand from them what is needed. What do they want from the demand side? From the supply side, we can be part of the CBD providers. We train the graduates, and as academics, we should be there to do thought-provoking stuff. And a very important area is research. Accounting research is not that well developed. And it is some area where we as Regenesis must really put a lot of emphasis on. Because we've got to ask the questions. We've got to expand the borders of you know, where the accounting profession can go, and debate and have the discourse about what is happening out there. So basically, understanding our predicament as educators is that few higher education institutions have developed curriculums for accountant students in line with their future needs. Now, this is based on recent research done a year ago. So, not a very encouraging statement. It says that educators will need to develop or incorporate new units for accounting students, such as cloud computing, big data, digital technology, integrated reporting, carbon emission accounting, etc. And we can put the whole ESG thing there as well. So at Regenesis, for example, we are currently going into a partnership with the School of Technology to develop or enhance our digital delivery. So, and that's something that we are very excited about. So, to be successful, just to conclude, to be successful as accounting educators, we have to understand we need partners to be able to deliver. So professional accounting bodies, those external bodies. We also need a multidisciplinary approach. So where we have the School of Law and the School of Technology already involved in our syllabus. They are the people that will present the courses that we have in those disciplines. So that's basically where I'm going to stop. There's a lot more on the slides, but I'm not really going into that. It's just about sort of stirring that appetite or that for, you know, what is the future of accounting? But one thing I can reaffirm here is that accounting, that the future of the accounting profession and accounting education, if we handle it in the right way, is extremely bright. Thank you.
All right, guys, so we're running a little bit behind schedule. Thanks very much for the audience that's still here and also the online audience. We're going to just have like one or two questions. You can get some online if there are any. And then I'm just going to start off. It's an interesting support function you have with professionalization in the public sector. Can you maybe explain a bit more to the audience? Because there's some significant organizations funding the process. And they have specific goals, reasons for why they wanted to fund professionalizing the sector. I once met, I think it was a person from the Gavi. It was in India, and they're a big funder. And I was thinking, why would the vaccine manufacturing fund the professional bodies to have better quality management systems? If you want to explain that to, because it might open up new avenues for funding.
Thank you so much, Nicholas. I'll go back to about 2013 while I was at the International Federation of Accountants, and we had a meeting with the Global Fund, but Gavi and Global Fund works very closely together, and they are funding these initiatives. They are actually funding the implementation of the API in Burkina Faso. But let me share a bit of the conversation in 2013. Basically, what the representative from the Global Fund said was, it was about Africa. And he said that in Africa, because of the weak national systems, in some countries, they cannot disperse more than 50% of the available resources. So then he said, so while resources are available, people are dying, because the national systems are not working. And for me, that was so impactful, right? And what I really respect about Gavi and the Global Fund is their focus on strengthening national systems. And that's why they're making this investment, because basically they can say, we don't trust government, we don't trust the national system, let's set up a parallel system, let's get things done, pack up, leave, no knowledge transfer, no resource transfer, nothing, but at least their money is safeguarded and maybe the resources get to where it needs to go, right? But they are taking a holistic approach, saying, let's go country by country, let's make sure that the national system is strong enough to enable us to really distribute the aid up to 100% that's available.
All right, so you can see how the big international investors work with bodies because of the important role accountants can play, and especially their professional bodies. If they're better qualified, better competent accountants, then the international donors feel that the money will be better spent locally in local economies. And that must be a motivation for us as the profession to actually deliver these quality accountants, otherwise there's real detrimental effects that can happen. Ron, a little bit more on Regenesis and what you are currently doing with the public sector. Given that was just said, I think your services and engagement will just double and triple in volume because of the huge need now within that sector. And if I can, last question then, how, if they've mentioned a few staff members that work for them or employees that doesn't have qualifications, but they are performing the work, how would you, from an educational perspective, address that? Because you don't want to just remove the person, what will you do?
Yeah, thank you, Nicholas. So I'll start with the last part of your question first. So, you know, initially when you roll out a qualification, you have those SACWA recommendations, and having set out a BCom accounting, immediately it was math, higher grade, and we had to cut a lot of people that we could not admit on our course. And that really concerned me, because the ethos of Regenesis is to give everybody an opportunity to awaken their potential and really, you know, make them part of society in a meaningful way. So what we've introduced is what we call a pre-degree course. For 6 months to a year, you join the course, and then we teach you the basics of accounting, business writing, you know, all those things that really, you know, that students, even students that are eligible, find difficult. And it's disheartening to see that, you know, students often, because they lack confidence, that they just step off the program, you know, because they don't know about business writing, English is not their first language, that sort of thing. And so with this pre-degree course, you know, we really set them up on a solid platform. So that's what we do in terms of you know, sort of equipping the students. What we've done as well is that we have a large number of municipal local government students on our you know, doing the BCom, and we sort of took the whole cohort and we sort of separated them from the others, right? So we are actually in practice running 2 BComs at the same time. So one, and because we have the numbers, it makes sense. You know, if it was 2 or 3 people, it wouldn't work. But with well over 100, this works quite well. So we do things like group assignments that we don't do with our other students, because here, you know, the whole issue of peer learning comes through very strongly, and because you find you have a weaker and a stronger student, and that sort of also delivers some good results. So, over and above that, we liaise with CIBA as an accounting body as well. And we have a lot of discussions, you, me, Nicolene, Ilana, and so on, about, where we're going and what's happening out there. And I think that, what nobody mentioned about you, and I'm going to mention it right now, is that, what makes you different. And in the week, I spoke to another guy in your similar to your position, is that you've got vision. And the first time I met you, you really, you really pushed my boundaries, and I thought, this guy must be crazy. And it sort of fits in with Regenesis as well, because we've got a chairman as well that's, quite a visionary in terms of thinking. Thanks.
Now, from my perspective, everybody is crazy. So that is then a nice conclusion. I think we're overrunning. We're not going to take further questions. Definitely, I think there's a need for a follow-up meeting. I love these engagements. And I'm very thankful for all the presenters and panelists willing to share their views. And we need these diverging views, perspectives, well articulated. And you could have seen in the previous sessions, they were very passionate. And I'm very grateful to live in a country, South Africa, that we have this freedom. We can talk about our president, and we can say this and that, and still be able to drive home, which is a good thing. So there's many positive things in South Africa. It's just a little thing about our state-run entities that needs to change, and for that we need everybody to be activists and involved with those entities. Don't just leave them. If they are your spouses or nephews or nieces working there, share this event with them and understand what is happening in their environment and require more of them. We've heard large parts of some of the agencies. Our first speaker said, I can't remember which sectors that she mentioned, I think construction, and there was others in supply chain, that they don't apply for increases or higher positions because they're getting too much otherwise. Now, it seems like it's large portions of that unit. And I did a calculation once on VBS. I think there were 415 people indicted because they're involved in the fraud. Now, if that's 415 people, and each one represents family members or a group of friends, you can times them with 5 or maybe 10 even. So then the number increases significantly about the number of people that either directly involved in it or know about it. And if they stand at a braai or wherever, then they'll talk. So the friends and family know what's happening. So it's endemic. It becomes systemic. And if that carries on, then the whole system gets sick, because then everybody else does it, and you're never going to put that thing back again. It's like the Humpty Dumpty. Once he falls off that wall, you'll never fix it. There are failed states in Africa, Libya, we know the reasons why, and some others, that you can't put them back again. Those countries they'll never be, it's done. You can't put it back. And the same thing can happen in our country. So hold each other to account. I change my ways if my sister or my wife or whoever says, listen, Nicholas, I don't think you should do this. Or a colleague. Sometimes I get a phone call from somebody I respect from some other organization, and they would say, no, we saw that what you did there, I don't agree with you. And then I stop. Then I say, oh shit, I shouldn't do that. No. So, and that's feedback, there's a feedback loop. So let's get that running, and then it'll infect, and it'll grow, and then everybody keeps everybody else account. Because it's not just some official at government causing it. There's 450 people there, 300 here, 200 there, and then before you know it, it's everyone. And that's why I've learned, I've listened to a guy speak, a motivator. He says that's why I start personalizing it. Because I'm not going to place the blame outside somebody else. I'm part of this society, I'm doing it. If you're seeing somebody doing it and you're not saying it, then you're doing it. You're facilitating it. And you might get away, or he might get away, but your children's children won't. That's the thing of a lie. It eventually it'll eat your children. And don't sacrifice. We shouldn't sacrifice our children just because we want an easy life. So thanks everybody for participating, and Ron and Alta, and also for Ilana and the team for being able to organize this event, and Wes and the tech team behind the scenes. Thanks, guys. There will be lunch now. I think it is already ready. It might just be outside. I think we have a question here on or something. What is that? I can't clearly see. Oh, is there something on the program? Closing? Oh, yeah, sorry. There, we have a closing event. Sorry, I missed that. My apologies. Dr. Kumalu, the Dean of Regenesis Business School. Can I call you forward? Thank you, Dr. Kumalu. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I won't take long. I know we're already running out of time. My role is to just close. When Ron asked me to come here, he said you must do two things. You must listen and take notes of interesting stuff. So I looked for interesting stuff, and I must say everything that was presented here was really interesting. So congratulations on that. And of course, it has dawned that professionalization isn't just a buzzword, but it's a strategy that we can use to drive and strengthen public sector in this context. But also, I couldn't help but reflect on some key inputs that were made. I won't go through everything, but just things that stood out for me. And one of that is the paradigm shift. That this professionalization requires that shift in terms of paradigm, in terms of thinking, and eventually that will affect service delivery. So I think that's something big that we need to really ponder and think about. And there was something also mentioned about upskilling, part of capacitating the public sector, as it were, in terms of human beings. And we heard a lot from speakers here with regards to training in that regard, particularly Africa Professionalization Initiative. Enjoyed your talk, ma'am. But also institutions themselves. How do we capacitate institutions? How do we capacitate even those oversight bodies? I think that point was made quite strongly, and I think it hit home. Finally, what stood out for me is really that whole notion of this professionalization framework is just a framework, and it still requires a plan, an implementation plan. But also, we may look the direction of professional bodies. It won't be enough, because that's not going to provide a silver bullet, a panacea. It's basically all hands on deck. Institutions like ours involved, everyone else playing their part. We even talked about elements which reflect or pretty much relate to conscious leadership. How do we manage paradoxes in the organizations where we work, both in the private and the public sector? You talked about balancing needs, including needs of the environment. So integrated reporting becomes relevant there. So forward-thinking organizations, how do we achieve that? How is it relevant in this context of professionalizing the public sector? So I find all these conversations quite interesting, and I took lots of notes. I'm just taking highlights of what I took here. But in closing, really, I want to say this conference couldn't have come at the right time for great minds like this to come together and share knowledge. And it's upon us to now take this knowledge and be able to apply it, and take this knowledge and be able to move confidently towards implementation of the frameworks or elements of this framework. Finally, I just want to quickly acknowledge and appreciate the collaboration, the partnership between Regenesis and CIBA. I know it's not a new relationship, but I'm glad that it's growing from strength to strength, and congratulations on putting this together. It goes a long way in terms of our vision as well as Regenesis. I also want to thank all the speakers who participated here this morning and this afternoon. Really, your presentations were wonderful, and they made a lot of impact. I would believe we'll see impact of what you've presented today going forward. And everyone who's participating online, who's part of this seminar or this meeting, online and in the room here, really thank you. I think this was a successful occasion. Thank you so much. I know I'm standing in the way of lunch now, so I'll keep it short and thank you. And I hand it back to you, Nicholas.
Thank you very much. All right, then that concludes the event. Thanks, everybody.